A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything, right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
Little bird. Hello there, little fella.
How do you do?
Well, did those words come out of you, little bird?
Sure. I'm always talking. And I've got something to tell you about that washing you just hung out.
You have? What is it?
You ought to use New Does.
What does?
Say, you are behind the times. I better get some help on this.
Well, of all the nerve, he's flown away.
Say, pardon me, ma'am. Did I hear you say you hadn't heard about Does?
I suppose that little bird told you. Say, what is this Does, anyway?
Why, it's the biggest thing that's happened to Wash Day in years. It's a brand new kind of granulated soap made to do all three kinds of wash. Dirty work shirts, heavy towels, right down to your colored rayon slips.
What? You mean there's a granulated soap safe enough for rayons and that gets towels white, too?
Absolutely. Does everything in your wash. Why, it'll leave your rayon undies and fussy-colored washables sparkling bright. And those greasy work shirts, say, they'll come out clean as you please. And your towels and linens, why, Does'll have them dazzling white. In fact, you've never seen more gleaming white washes anywhere than Does gives you.
Now, not so fast, young man. How much work is it going to take to get that whiteness?
Don't you worry about that. There's no hard scrubbing with Does. No boiling either. Honestly, no soap made gets clothes white easier than New Does. Just you try Does, and then you'll see how wonderfully new it is. So new, you've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it. Just ask for Does today in that big red and white box. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Jake Goldberg has put his foot down and has ordered Walter Jerome not to see Rosie again. The role of the tyrannical parent fits Jake too easily when he's aroused. But he has good reason, since Walter is engaged to a girl back home. And then, more opposition to Walter's attention to Rosie comes quite forcibly from his mother, Mrs. Jerome, the famous cosmetician. Rosie doesn't know yet that her father has forbidden Walter to call on her anymore, and Molly is getting more and more confused over what should be done. She knows how Rosie feels about Walter, and yet she wants to protect her daughter from greater heartbreak in the future. But she isn't sure that making Walter stay away from Rosie is going to do the trick. Listen.
You're sleeping, Jake?
I am not sleeping.
Jake, dear. Dear, what should we do?
Whatever I do is wrong. Why do you ask me?
I didn't say that you was wrong, Jake. I said you was hasty.
A stitch in time saves nine, no?
But haste makes waste, Jake.
Why put off till tomorrow what can be done today?
Look before you leap is true too, Jake. And the question is what is right and what can be done.
First, we must agree, Molly, on all points. Then I can talk to you. Not before.
So?
Do you agree that Walter is not for Rosie?
So?
Do you agree that a young man who is already engaged to another has no right in the slightest manner to show an interest in someone else? Do you agree, or am I wrong?
So?
Do you further agree with me that Walter's mother will do everything in her power to prevent anything?
I agree, Jake. I agree, but what must we do? Who is it?
Me, Ma.
Family.
Tell him I had enough for one night.
1 minute, Sammy.
He's also smarter than his parents. My progressive generation. They know all the answers. But life is no quiz program, Ollie. We have to do more than to read a book to know the answers.
Come in, family. Come in.
Pa.
Yeah?
I just want to say one thing.
Something new or something old?
Jake.
No?
I just want to say that if you start putting your foot down, you're going to force the issue. Rosie says she's in love with Walter. She feels he likes her. If you start acting like Mrs. Jerome, Walter and Rosie are going to feel persecuted. And that's all that has to happen. It'll drive them on. It'll make things happen quicker than things should. That's all I'm saying. If you tell Walter to keep away from the house and Rosie knows it...
I told him already, and I'll tell him again.
If Rosie finds out, and she will, then you'll have no more authority over her. She won't take your advice.
So?
That's all. Good night. I'm warning you.
Thanks for the warning, my psychologist.
Good night.
Good night, Sammy.
I like when the chicks teach the chickens.
Hi, Jake.
Where are you going?
I'll see if Rosalie's covered.
Don't exaggerate the importance of nothing. You hear?
Uh-huh.
Put slippers on. Don't go with your feet.
I have my slippers. Do you want me to bring you something from downstairs?
Some bicarbonate if you have.
Hi, Jake.
Yes, sir, Jake.
I'll be right back. Go downstairs, Phoney. Go down. But what are you doing up here in the hall? You have to sleep outside of my room, huh? Go downstairs, Phoney. Go. Go where it's more cozy. Go. Rosalie, you're sleeping, huh?
Ma?
Yeah. Rosalie, it's chilly. I thought maybe you needed an extra coverlet.
Thanks, Mama, darling.
On 2 pillows you're sleeping. It's not too high for you. You was reading?
No.
Maybe I'll warm you a little warm milk with a cookie.
Thanks, Ma.
Rosalie.
Let's not talk anymore, Mama, darling. Do you mind?
Should I open the window a little more or close it?
No.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep, Rosalie.
Good night.
Good night, darling. Try to snooze. You hear, darling? Good night.
Good night.
Can I come in, Rosie?
Sammy?
Yeah.
Come in.
Don't cry, Rosie.
I can't help it, Sammy.
You can. There's nothing to cry about.
I'm so miserable, Sammy.
I want you to know I'm on your side.
What's my side? What shall I do?
Well, I don't think it's a question of doing anything.
I know Papa and Mama don't want me to see Walter.
Oh, only because he's engaged to Norma.
But if Walter doesn't love Norma...
You don't know that for sure. Anyway, I'm like you, Rosie. I don't think an engagement is permanent necessarily. I mean, people get engaged and they get disengaged, so the engagement isn't everything.
But Mama doesn't think so.
Neither does Mrs. Jerome, but you and I do. So I'm with you there. But there's something else involved in this. Norma thinks that Walter is in love with her. And as far as we know, he hasn't said anything to her yet.
I can't help that.
Of course not, but you can help yourself. Walter should talk to Norma before he talks to you. It's not fair to her. And worse than that, it's not fair to you. And worse than anything is that if Walter is the kind of a fella that tells you he loves you before he tells Norma that he doesn't love her, you shouldn't see him.
A girl knows when she's not liked.
Oh, that's no excuse. Maybe she loves him very much. Maybe she thinks he's only being difficult. He has to speak to her frankly. And until he does, he has no right to come here and see you. This doesn't have anything to do with your liking Walter or his liking you. It's not honest for him to do both at once. Don't you think so?
I love him, Sammy.
What of it? You've got to respect and admire him, too. And he has to show himself worthy of it. If he doesn't, love doesn't count. That's the way I feel.
Well, what can I do?
You don't have to do anything. It's up to Walter.
But shouldn't I tell him?
If you have to tell him, he isn't worth talking to. He has to act for himself. Until he does, I try to hide my feelings more than you have.
It's easy to talk when you don't feel anything.
What are you, Rosie? Just a mass of jelly? You're a young woman. You have a character. There's a big world all around with people dying just because they have certain beliefs. And you tell me that you can't even control your feelings. Maybe it's not worthwhile talking to you either.
Sammy.
Well, you have to be worth saving before you can save yourself.
I love him, Sammy.
People love their wives and children, and they leave home and they go and die. There'll be 8 million boys in the army, and every one of them has a girl or a wife. Who do you think you are?
That's just it, Sammy. I know who I am, but I don't know who all those other people are. I know what I feel. I know what I think. I know what I am. And I know that Walter's the most important person in my life. I know that. I know that as well as I know that I'm breathing and living at this moment.
Well, I didn't say you didn't. I said you have to understand it also. Your feelings have to justify your actions, Rosie. You've got to understand that. Sometimes you have to give up your feelings.
And sometimes you can't.
You've got to try to understand, Rosie.
I understand you, Sammy. I know that you understand me. At least we know that, the both of us. I don't feel that I'm alone all by myself. I know that you are not against me, Sammy.
I'm for you, Rosie. I just want you to be for your real self, for what you really are. And that's much more than falling in and out of love. Much more.
The question is, can the attitude stand the strain of the feeling? And what will Rosie feel if she suddenly has the pressure of everyone at once telling her what to do? Especially when one of them is Walter. Just between you and me and your dishpan, are you using a halfway soap for dishes? You are if it's a tough granulated soap because it's short on safety for your hands. And if you use a bar soap, it doesn't have real speed. Well, just cross those halfway soaps off your list and change to new Does today. Yes, this new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash really has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Wait till you see how beautifully smooth and comfortable your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Why, no other leading granulated wash day soap treats your hands with such extra kindness. Yet no soap made goes into action on those dirty dishes faster than Does. It cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, you can see the difference in Does right in the suds. It has everything for dishes. So do them with Does today. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Tomorrow, Walter takes a decisive step that matches Jake's. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. For over 40 years, the favorite. That spells Grape Nuts. Yes, sir, back in the days when Sweet Rosie O'Grady was a favorite at the family harmonium, delicious, malty-rich grape nuts were a favorite at the family breakfast table. And they still are, and there's a reason. Grape nuts have a distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor that makes for real eating fun in the morning. A flavor that's a luscious 2-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And today you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels, and grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. And both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes bring you essential whole grain nourishment, which makes them basic 7 foods, one type of food Uncle Sam wants you to eat more of, because they're nourishing, plentiful, not rationed. So treat your family to malty-rich grape nuts or grape nuts flakes in the morning, every morning. It's a mighty swell way to start off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 days before Thanksgiving, and this year, as every year, Jack Benny will entertain his friends on the holiday. So yesterday, Jack and Mary went shopping, and we picked them up now in the local market.
Well, folks, what'll it be?
I'm giving a Thanksgiving dinner, and I'd like enough turkey for, let's see, there's me, Mary, Phil, Alice, Denis, Mr. Billingsley, Mark Hellinger, the Warner brothers, and my laundry man. I'd like enough turkey for 9.
Jack, didn't you invite Don Wilson?
Oh, yes. Got enough for 15. That'll do it.
Oh, Jack, Don doesn't eat so much.
He doesn't, eh? Remember last time I threw a big party?
Yeah.
Well, Don ate more than he chipped in for. Don't tell me. Huh?
Look, folks, there are other people waiting, so let's get on with the transaction.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, here's a nice turkey, all dressed and everything. 55 cents.
Well, I fully expected to pay that much.
A pound.
Yes, a pound?
That's right. And this turkey weighs 21 pounds. And you'll need at least 21 pounds to feed 15 people.
55 cents a pound. That's a pretty big turkey, and I don't want any left over. How about that one over there?
That's a pigeon.
Oh. Oh. Well, then I'll take that other one, that live one right there.
I'm sorry, I'm not selling my canary.
A canary? Well, anyway, that wouldn't be enough for 15 people, would it?
Not unless you just wanted to entertain.
He's got his violin for that.
Yeah. Gee, Mary, look at those turkeys laying there so cold and still. Just think. A few days ago, they were happy, carefree, and gay. And now they're 55 cents a pound. I mean, now they're dead. Say, Butcher, how old were these turkeys when they were killed?
Oh, about 8 months.
Didn't even have a chance to know life. I feel terrible.
You'd feel a lot worse if they were 70 cents a pound.
I suppose so. But, Mary, when I see that turkey laying there like that, I can't help but think of its mother. How lonesome she must be.
Don't worry, Bud. That's her right next to her.
Oh.
I wish you'd hurry, mister. I've got all these people waiting.
Pardon me. Oh, Tommy, will you please give me a little service?
Oh, it's Mrs. Greenberg. What can I do for you, Suzette?
Go ahead, Butcher. You can wait on her. I'm trying to make up my mind between these 2 turkeys.
I'll lay 8 to 5 on the pigeon.
Never mind.
Tell me, Tommy, how much weighs by you the turkeys?
They weigh from 18 to 22 pounds.
22 pounds. You call this a turkey?
Well, that's the average size.
Listen, Tommy. Last Thanksgiving, I had a turkey that weighed 86 pounds. I weighed them myself.
86 pounds?
Yes. And on the other side of the card, it said you will meet a tall, dark man.
86 pounds? My, that must have been a humdinger.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, pardon me.
Mrs. Greenberg, how about taking 2 of these turkeys?
How much are they?
55 cents a pound.
I'm not asking you.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, Tommy. Give me this one here, and I'll pick it up later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Greenberg.
Goodbye.
All right, goodbye. Social climber.
What's she mad at?
Well, Jack, I guess that'll teach you to mind your own.
I'm not talking to you. Say, Butcher, I've been thinking it over. Instead of taking one of these dressed turkeys, I'll buy a live one. How much is it?
$8. Are you going to take it with you?
Yes.
That'll be 20 cents extra for the leech.
Oh, I often wondered how they got them home. Now, let's see, what else do I want? Oh, yes, for dinner tonight. Say, Butcher, have you got a nice, thick, juicy T-bone steak?
What was that?
I said a nice T-bone steak.
Well, who's next?
Listen, Butcher, you don't have to go into convulsions just because...
All right, folks, get your tickets here for the 40-cent tour through the refrigerator. Come one, come all. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
40-cent tour through the refrigerator?
Yes, sir. It used to be 45, but the OPA put a ceiling on it.
Very funny.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, hurry, hurry, hurry. On this outstanding excursion, you will see rib steaks, rump steaks, hip steaks, T-bone, sirloin, tenderloin, and porterhouse. The 7 wonders of the world.
Come on, Jack. Let's take the tour.
Oh, don't be silly, Mary. You've seen steaks before. I showed you some last night when you came over to my house.
Oh, you and your etchings.
They weren't etchings.
All right, folks. All of you going on this tour, please form a line to the left.
Oh, come on, Jack. Be a sport. Buy 2 tickets.
All right, all right.
Okay, folks. Line up in front of this refrigerator door. Now, quiet, everybody.
Yeah, who is it?
It's okay, Joe. You can open up.
Gosh, it's chilly in this refrigerator.
Yeah, it sure is.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will look to the right, you will see one of our feature attractions, none other than a 7-rib roast.
Ah. Oh. Gee, Mary, it is beautiful. I wonder if I could just...
Don't linger with your finger.
I just wanted to see if it was tender.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a 7-rib roast. Not 5, not 6, but 7. I'll count them for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. Hey, Joe, lock the doors.
Okay. Hey, Eddie, bolt the windows.
Okay. Hey, Tom, sound the alarm.
Okay. Hey, Sam!
All right, stop with that. Nobody stole anything. Come on, Mary, let's pick up our turkey and go home. Well, we're almost home, Mary.
Yeah.
Isn't she cute? Say, Mary, you think it's all right to take the turkey in the house?
Why not? She's going to be your guest for Thanksgiving.
What?
She can sit between the cranberry sauce and the mashed potatoes.
Oh, stop.
Look, Jack, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Mary, he's not crazy. He's just a little eccentric, that's all. Now be nice to him, as rent's due tomorrow. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, folks. Out for a stroll, I see.
Well, we're not exactly taking a stroll.
Why, Mr. Benny, I didn't know you had a little one.
Mr. Benny's little one happens to be a turkey.
You may be surprised, but I'm not.
Look, Mr. Billingsley, I'm trying to tell you that we bought this at a store.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. I'm old enough.
Oh, brother.
Look, Mr. Billingsley, we're in a hurry.
So am I. I have to go to the barber shop. Or was I there? Isn't that funny? I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Well, you can say that again.
Oh, can I? All right. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. Well, I must run along now. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
I believe you would, you rascal.
Well, that I know isn't in there. Well, let's go, Mary.
You know, Jack, I don't see how you can stand having a guy like that around the house.
Mr. Billingsley, oh, he's all right. He gets his own meals, makes his own bed, and every morning he gets up at 6 o'clock and takes my dog for a walk.
But, Jack, you haven't got a dog.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't tell Billingsley. It'll break his heart. Well, here we are. Come on, Mary. We'll put the turkey in the kitchen. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Livingston. Well, and hello, you.
Now, let's see. Where can we put the turkey? Rochester, what are you doing to that turkey?
I'm only petting her, boss.
Petting her? You got your fingers around her neck.
What are you worried about? I ain't hurting the part you get.
The way some people treat turkeys. Come here, you poor thing. There. See how she looks at me with those trusting eyes? See, how can anyone kill it?
Oh, Jack, don't be a hypocrite.
I'm not a hypocrite. I just can't bear the thought of anyone killing a poor, defenseless turkey.
Go on. Last year you killed one yourself.
Mary, I ran over that turkey with my car. It was an accident.
Accident? You turned off the road and chased her halfway up a mountain. If she hadn't stopped to lay an egg, she'd have lived to hatch it.
What are you talking about?
You're right, Miss Livingston. Then he put the car in reverse and got 2 more birds.
What?
I don't know. I was the tail gunner.
Rochester.
That's the first time I ever had white meat with Firestone written on it.
Now cut that out and let's drop the whole thing. I'll get her, Rochester. There's somebody at the door. You go out and feed the turkey. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you doing around this way, kid?
I came to see you about something important.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Well, it's about me.
All right, Dennis. All right, what is it?
Well,
what?
Well, my mother told me to tell you,
Your mother told you to tell me what?
Well, you've been giving me the same salary for 3 years, and every year you promise me a raise. My mother thinks I ought to get one, and I do too, so there!
Dennis, come back here. Where'd he go?
He thought he ran outside, but he went into the closet.
What a kid. Dennis, come here.
Gee, it's crowded out there.
Those are my suits. Now, Dennis, if you want a raise in salary, don't act so flustered. Just ask me like a man. What are you afraid of? Just come over to me and say, Mr. Benny, I'd like a raise in salary.
Well, Dennis, I'd like to give you a raise, kid, but right now I can't afford it.
Huh?
I'm sorry, things are a little tough now, but buck up, kid. Stick to me and you'll go places.
Dennis! Dennis, where'd you learn that?
Mr. Benny put it on a record and sent it to me for my birthday.
Dennis, we'll talk about your salary right after Thanksgiving.
It wasn't even my birthday.
Never mind. By the way, kid, what are you going to sing on the program tomorrow?
Say a prayer for the boys over there.
Well, let me hear it. See, maybe I ought to give them a raise. It costs money to make those records, you know.
When they play the Star-Spangled Banner, picture them by the dawn's early light, and ask the Lord to watch over them each night. Your eyes as you silently rise when they play the Star-Spangled Banner, as the song of freedom fills the air.
That song is swell. Run over it once more before the broadcast tomorrow.
Okay, but what shall I tell my mother about my raise in salary?
Just tell her you asked. She'll know the rest.
Dennis, tell your mother we'll talk about it later.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, kid. Dennis, that's the closet.
Oh.
Here's the front door. There.
Gee, Mr. Benny, no wonder you're the star.
Yes, Dennis. I've been a big hit for years, just opening doors. Goodbye, kid. I wonder when he'll grow up.
Well, Jack, I think I'll go home, too. I have to clean up the house.
Clean up your house? You've got a maid.
I know, but I don't want to lose her.
Oh, yeah. Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to go upstairs to bed.
I'm tired, boss. Would you mind warming up tonight?
Okay, but don't let it happen too often. Oh, Rochester, what did you do with the turkey? Did you put her where she won't be cold?
Yes, sir, it was.
Good.
I put her in the oven.
The oven? What'd you put her there for?
I don't want her to get stage fright on Thanksgiving.
Well, take her out of there and put her on the back porch.
Okay.
Bad enough that we have to kill her in a few days.
The least we can do is see that she's comfortable.
Yeah, I hate to think of killing that poor old turkey.
Oh, boy, am I tired. I'm so tired I can't even hang up my clothes.
Oh, well. I'm not so fat. It'll feel good to get these shoes off. Oh, darn it.
I always forget. Thanksgiving's here again.
Years roll on for everybody but the turkeys.
Hello, my fine feathered friend. Say, you're nice and plump, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're going to make somebody happy on Thanksgiving.
What?
And you'll bring me a nice price on the market. 55 cents a pound.
What am I doing here in this coop? I'm not a turkey. I gotta get out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out of this coop. Oh, I'm not in a coop. I'm in my own house. Oh, Rochester. Rochester.
What are you doing in here, turkey? I thought I put you out on the back porch.
Turkey? Rochester, I'm not a turkey. And stop staring at me like that.
Come here, turkey. Come over here to me.
Rochester, put down that knife and fork. Is that a napkin you're wearing?
It ain't so wrong.
Rochester, what's the matter with you?
Say, Butcher.
Hello, Suzanne.
How much weighs by you this turkey?
Gobble, 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 gobble.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, pardon me.
All right, folks, get your tickets here for the 40-cent tour through the gravy bowl. Come on, hurry, hurry, hurry.
Come on, Jack, let's go. 2 tickets, please.
You only need one, lady. Turkeys get in free.
Oh, wait a minute, this is going far enough. I'm not a turkey. I'll prove I'm not. Mrs. Greenberg.
I'm not talking to you.
Butcher, you know I'm not a turkey, don't you? What's the matter with you people? Mary, tell them I'm not a turkey. Tell them for cranberry sauce. Tell them.
Of course you're not a turkey. What's the matter with you people? Look at his webbed feet.
Well, I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
You're a turkey, you're a turkey, you're a turkey.
Who's a turkey?
You're a turkey, you're a turkey, you're a turkey.
I'm a turkey?
Broma salsa, broma salsa, broma salsa, broma salsa.
Tunisia, Egypt, Arabia.
Oh, boy, I'm going to get on that train, get away from all of this.
And Turkey.
What? Well, that did it. I'm going to prove once and for all who I am.
Hello, Mr. Benny. You're a little unhappy, I see.
Mr. Billingsley. Mr. Billingsley.
Yes?
Tell me, am I a turkey or Jack Benny?
You haven't left yourself much choice, have you?
This is the end. I'm not taking any more from anybody. The next one that tells me I'm a turkey is going to get a punch in the mouth. That's what I'll do. I'll punch him right in the mouth.
Hello, Jack.
Never mind that Jack stuff. I know what you're thinking, Don Wilson. Go ahead and say it. Just say it.
Of course I'll say it. Grape-Nuts Flakes are toasty brown, toasty brown.
Stop
toasty
stalling,
brown,
Wilson.
Sweet as a nut and toasty
You know what I
brown,
mean.
toasty
Come on,
brown,
say it.
Toasty brown, malty rich and
Don't
toasty
play around
brown,
with me,
toasty
Don
brown,
Wilson. You came here to
toasty
tell me
brown.
one
Grape-Nuts
thing.
Flakes are thrifty
Now, you
buys,
say
thrifty
it.
buys, thrifty
You
buys.
say it or I'll punch you right in the mouth.
Grape-Nuts Flakes.
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 Right in the mouth. Now get out. Get out of here, everybody. Get out. Get out.
Boss, wake up.
Go away. Go away.
Boss, wake up. You've been dreaming.
Huh? Huh? What?
You've been dreaming.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, what a dream I had. What a terrible nightmare.
It must have been, boss. Your feathers are all over the floor.
My feathers?
You tore your pillow apart.
Oh. I know what you meant for a minute there. Well, I'm all right now, Rochester. Nearly time to get up anyway.
Almost. Say, Mr. Benny, what's all that money doing on the floor?
Oh, that's some change that dropped out of my shoe. So long, Rochester. So long.
So long, boss. What a man. He's got shoes that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Well, folks, tonight I'm going to tell you a so-so story. You know how you meet a guy on a nice shiny morning and sing out, why, hello, Jim, how are you? And he says, oh, so-so. Well, there's usually a reason for that let-down so-so mood, and it goes something like this. So that guy got up that morning on the run. So then he ate breakfast on the sip and run. So no wonder he felt below par lately. You can't do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast, you know. In fact, doctors and dietitians tell us that we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment in the morning. So start the day well-nourished. And for a real treat, feature Toasty Brown Grape-Nuts Flakes. Because Grape-Nuts Flakes are a whole-grain cereal crammed full of sustaining, energy-giving whole-grain nourishment. So you couldn't ask for anything better, could you, than Grape-Nuts Flakes? Crisp, toasty brown with that sweet-as-a-nut flavor. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And for a rousing breakfast treat, make it delicious, nutritious Grape-Nuts Flakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I only have a second. I'd like to call your attention to a special USO program which will be broadcast Thanksgiving morning. The program is called Soldiers in Grease Paint. Will include all of your favorite radio and motion picture stars. So please listen. Good night, folks.
Ladies, your grocer has something new for you. That's the time-saving, money-saving, big, new, economy-sized package of hot grape-nut sweet meal. 30 full ounces of this rich, hot brown cereal that's extra delicious, extra nutritious, and it cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. Ask for the big, new, economy-sized package of hot grape-nut sweet meal. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Morning's work without an adequate breakfast. Dietitians say we need at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment in the morning. And they also say we need a cereal with whole grain nourishment. And if you include delicious, malty-rich grape nuts or crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes as part of your breakfast, you're giving yourself a real break. For these tempting sweet-as-a-nut cereals do provide essential whole grain nourishment. You get iron, niacin, vitamin B1, and man, oh man, you get those valuable food essentials in the most tempting way in the world. For grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are downright swell eating. So eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And feature delicious, nutritious grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Oklahoma, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our...
Oh, Don Wilson.
Yes?
I'm Barbara Stanley.
Oh, hello, Barbara.
Thank you. Say, Don, Jack called me about a half hour ago and told me that Mary had laryngitis, and he wanted to know if I'd come down and take her place.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Barbara, although we're very sorry to hear about Mary. By the way, did you see Jack?
Yes, he's out in the hall talking to Denis. I heard Denis asking him for a raise.
Yes, I know. The kid tried to get a raise last week, but now he's willing to compromise. He only wants half as much.
If I know Jack, he's holding out for unconditional surrender. That'll go on for weeks.
But you've certainly got to admire Denis. His motto is, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Well, Mary tells me he doesn't stand a chance, because Jack's motto is, if at first you don't get it, you just don't, brother. I feel sorry for the boy.
So do I. You know, Barbara, it's hard to believe that Jack is so cheap.
Cheap? Oh, listen, Don, I've known him for years. Remember that girl he used to go with, Gladys Zabisco? Remember?
Yes.
Well, Jack broke up with her because she moved to a 10-cent telephone zone. What a guy. Say, Phil, did you ever ask Jack for a raise?
Yeah, but I had to cut it out. It's habit forming.
Oh. Well, anyway, Phil, you've got no kick coming. You're doing all right, aren't you?
Yeah, but what am I going to do if Alice quits working?
You'll be out in the hall where Denis is.
Gee, they've been out there 3 hours already. I wish they'd get it settled one way or the other so that we could get on with the show.
Yes, I know, Mr. Benny, but my mother said I really do deserve...
Your mother. Now, look, kid. You've been on this program 4 years. Now, when you first came to work for me, I paid you only $30 a week.
That's right.
And what am I paying you now?
35.
Well, there you are.
Where?
Now, look, Denis. From the day you came to work for me, I've always had your interest.
Hiya, Jack.
Hello, Fibber. Now, Denis, look. I've always looked out for your interest. And I always...
But my mother's worried about my salary.
Your mother.
Well, it's quite a problem with her. She talked to Mr. Anthony twice.
Well, your mother had no right to discuss our business. Now, you listen to me, Denis. I'm paying you...
Ooh, my arm.
Oh, Pardon me, kid. Now, look, Denis, you're getting $35 a week, aren't you?
Yes, but I've got a cousin who makes $40 a week, and he's a shoe salesman.
All right, your cousin makes $40, and he's a shoe salesman. That means he has to work every day in the week for it. Now, you don't work Monday, do you?
No.
You don't work Tuesday?
No.
You don't work Thursday?
You forgot Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
No.
Now, look, you don't work Friday and you don't work Saturday. The whole week is almost over, and you haven't worked yet.
Gee, I'm a bum.
No, you're not, Denis. You're not a bum. What I'm trying to explain is... Oh, officer, would you please keep this crowd moving?
Yes, sir. Come on, everybody. Break it up. Move along. Break it up. Come on.
Thank you. Now, Denis, where are you?
I'm in the crowd.
Come back here. What were you doing in that crowd?
I was telling them my side of the story.
Never mind that. Now, Denis, I don't want you to think that I'm turning down your raise. But let me give you the reason why. You see, kid...
Ooh, your glasses are hurting my nose.
Excuse me, Denis. Now, listen, kid. Money isn't everything. There are other things to consider, well, let me put it to you in another way. You see...
What was wrong with that way?
Nothing.
After all the trouble I have, it's a wonder I'm not losing my hair. You see, Dennis, your song only runs 2 minutes. And for that, you get $35. That's $17.50 a minute. Now, there's 60 minutes every hour and 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's $7.50 a minute.
Mr. Benny, it's against the rule to write on the walls.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. You can erase it.
I haven't finished erasing your argument with Kenny Baker yet.
Well, I'll do it myself. Now, there you are, Dennis. There are 10,080 minutes in a week. And since you get $17.50 a minute, that means you're being paid $186,000 a week.
Oh, boy, am I loaded.
Yes, sir, $186,000. You know what that amounts to a year, kid? $9,672,000. What do you think of that, kid? Huh?
And my cousin's been snubbing me.
Yeah, I guess you can tell him off now. Well, let's go in, kid. We got a program to do.
Okay, Jack.
Jack?
We're both way up in the dough now.
You're right, kid.
Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Hiya, Jack.
Hello, Eddie.
Now's the time to fall in love.
What a ham. Come on in, Dennis. Let's go in. We got a program to do. Come on. With the fringe on top, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil. And now, folks...
Hey, Jackson, I've been wanting to talk to you.
What about, Phil?
Well, I'm pretty sore about last Sunday's show. Now, I'm the only guy that didn't have a line in the script.
Well, that just happens, Phil. Sometimes you're left out. Sometimes Don's left out. Sometimes I leave myself out.
That I gotta see.
What do you mean?
Mary told me the only time your voice was out of the script was the day you had that bad cold. And then you had sneezes written in.
Don't be silly.
You even had the script painted on Kleenex.
Painted? That's printed. They're printed on Kleenex.
Well, Mary was printed.
Oh, yes. Oh, Barbara. Stop exaggerating.
Well, Mary said you haven't missed a line since 1912.
Mary said. That's how much she knows. In 1912, I was still in kindergarten.
I'll bet you were the only kid there that used a straight razor.
No, Oh, you little vixen, you. Christmas is coming. Have you seen Santa Barbara? Honey? Huh? Gee, I ad-lib. I stink, really. Well, anyway, I was talking to Phil. What were you saying, Phil?
Well, it's about last week's show. I didn't have no dialogue. Gee, and Alice had our little baby sitting by the radio to hear her daddy's voice.
Well, she heard her daddy's music, didn't she?
Yeah, and when I got home, she bit me.
Oh, well, Phil, after all, your music isn't as bad as that.
Go argue with the kid.
Well, let me tell you something, Phil. I used to pan your orchestra a lot, but this year I think it's great.
I'll say it's great. Everything is great.
Dennis, don't let what I told you out in the hall go to your head.
What happened, Dennis? Did you get your raise?
Who needs a raise? I can't count the dough I'm making now.
All right, Dennis. Now, let's keep it quiet for a while. And now, folks...
I can buy and sell you.
Dennis.
What's the matter with this kid? Say, Jackson, you've been giving Dennis the routine about making so much a minute?
Well, I simply showed him how much better off he is with me than selling shoes. That's all.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, why don't you loosen up and give the kid a little raise?
Look, it's a matter of principle, Barbara. Now, you may not know it, but I had an experience last year with one of my writers. He came to me with a heartbreaking story. Mr. Benny, I can't see very well. Will you please give me a raise so I can buy glasses? So what happened? I gave him a raise, he bought his glasses, read his contract, and left me. So go be nice to people. Now, where was I?
You know, Barbara, as a rule, I don't like to take sides, but there's no question that Jack is underpaying all of us.
Do I hear a thin voice from a fat boy? What did you say, Don?
I said that we were all being underpaid, including me.
Oh, so I'm paying you starvation wages. I suppose that stomach came with your suit. Now, listen, fellas, I've heard all I want to hear about salary and raises. This goes on every year, and I've had enough of it. Mary is satisfied.
Oh, yeah? Asking for a raise gave her laryngitis.
Well, Phil is satisfied.
I am not.
You ought to get Mr. Benny out in the hall. He's a sucker.
No, I'm not, Dennis. I'm just trying to show you and everybody else how well off you are. See, Rochester's been working at my house for years. He's happy with his job.
Oh, say, Jack, that reminds me. Mary spoke to Rochester about a maid yesterday, and he promised to bring his niece over to see her.
I thought she had a maid.
Yeah, but she quit. They had an argument about having breakfast in bed.
Oh.
Mary didn't feel like serving it to her there.
Well, I'll call Rochester and tell him to... Hey, wait a minute. When did you and Mary see Rochester?
Yesterday afternoon, coming out of the movies. We saw him at Warner's Beverly Theater.
You saw Rochester at Warner's Beverly Theater? And he told me his best friend was getting married and he wanted the day off. Give me that phone.
Here you are.
Operator.
When you hear the tone, the time will be...
What?
Oh, excuse me. I was on time signals all day yesterday. Number, please.
I want Crestview 670.
You know, when you're on time signals, you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over.
Look, miss, all I'm trying to get is Crestview 6.
You know, the day before yesterday, they had me on information.
Look, I want Crestview 670.
That drives you nuts altogether.
Well, miss, look, I know how you feel, but
You don't know how I feel. When Myrtle and I came to work here, they promised to make me a supervisor.
Listen, miss.
Myrtle's my girlfriend, and she ain't got half the education I got.
Look.
So who do you think they made a supervisor?
All right, Myrtle.
No, a complete stranger.
Now, look here, miss, I'm sorry about all you... Will you please get me my home, Crestview 67071.
Okay.
I must be the fatherly type. Everybody tells me they're...
Hello.
That's strange. Is this Crestview 670?
I'm not talking to you.
She gave me the wrong number. Operator.
Long distance.
What?
You see how they push me around?
Look, miss, you gave me the wrong number. I want Crestview 6 7071.
Okay.
Wait till I get Rochester on the phone. I'll tell him a thing or two. Oh, Barbara, what am I mad at Rochester about?
He told you he wanted a day off to go to his best friend's wedding, and he went to Warner's Beverly Theater instead.
Oh, he did, eh? That burns me up.
Mr. Bailey's residence, storm, stage, screen, and radio. Autograph pictures, 2 for quarter.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny talking. Rochester, how did you enjoy the wedding you went to yesterday?
Oh, fine, boss, fine.
That's good. By the way, did you promise to bring your niece over to see Miss Livingston about a maid's job?
Yes, she's here now. We'll be right over.
Uh-huh. Now tell me, Rochester, just where and when did you tell Miss Livingston about your niece?
It was yesterday afternoon, just as I was coming out of the Beverly Theater.
You were coming out of the Beverly what?
Chapel.
Chapel, huh? Then you really did go to your best friend's wedding.
Uh-huh.
What's his name?
Who?
Your best friend.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. What's his name?
I don't know, boss. He just got married. It's been changed.
Now, wait a minute. When a couple gets married, it's the girl who changes her name.
When did they start that?
3 months ago. It's a new OPA ruling. Imagine going to the movies. Rochester, you lied to me.
No, I didn't, boss.
All right. Then what time was the wedding ceremony?
2 o'clock.
Were there many people there?
The place was jammed.
Who gave the bride away?
The Warner Brothers.
That does it. Now, Rochester, I'll talk to you about this whole matter when I get home. Meanwhile, you bring your niece over here right away if she wants that job. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Yes?
Looks like my name goes on top of the list.
What list?
The people you get mad with just before Christmas.
Never mind that. Goodbye. Imagine him taking advantage of my good nature. Go ahead with your song, Dennis. Oh, Barbara, Roch's bringing his niece over for you to interview for Mary.
Star eyes, that to me is what your eyes are. Soft as stars in April skies are. Tell me someday you'll fulfill their promise of a thrill. Star eyes, flashing eyes in which my hopes rise. Let me show you where my heart lies. Let me prove that it adores that loveliness of yours. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the sky. Now I only want to melt the stardust in your eyes. Star eyes, when if ever will my lips know if it's me for whom those eyes glow? Makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the sky. Now if it's me for whom those eyes glow. Makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star.
That was Star Eyes, sung by Dennis Day.
And his $1 million voice.
That's right. And now... oh, brother. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I meant to tell you how very sorry I was that I couldn't be at your house Thanksgiving. I had sort of a family reunion at my mother-in-law's.
Oh. How was the turkey? I mean, how was the turkey? I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Did you have fun Thanksgiving?
Yes, we had a nice big dinner, and after we finished eating, we all played a game called What Is It?
A game called What Is It, huh? Oh, that was nice.
It goes something like this.
Don.
I make up a poem, and you have to guess what I'm describing.
Don, we haven't time for that.
Oh, it'll only take a minute. Now, listen. It's sweet as a nut and yum, yum, yummy. It's good on your plate, but better in your tummy. Now, what is it?
I know, but I'm not going to tell him. Don't tell him, Barbara. Don't tell him.
Well, now, I don't think you know, so I'll give you another hint. It's toasty brown and munchy crunchy. If you don't like it, you're slightly punchy. Now, what is it?
I know. I'm not going to tell him. Don't tell him, Phil. Don't tell him, audience. Don't prompt them. Just let him stand there all by himself. Yeah. Don't tell him.
Oh, you're just doing that, Jack.
Oh, I know
what
you're driving at.
Now, look, Jack, I'll give you one last clue.
All right.
On Thanksgiving, it's so tasty, you will eat it, but oh so hasty. Now, what is it?
All right, fellas. Let's give him the answer.
It's Grape Nuts Flakes.
It is not. It's turkey.
What? Turkey? Why, Don.
Ooh, what he said.
Don, do you realize what you just uttered?
Oh, sure, but it's okay, Jack. I took it up with the sponsor, and he said it's perfectly all right for people to have turkey for Thanksgiving dinner instead of grape nuts flakes. He's a great guy.
Oh, he certainly is.
Right now, I'm trying to clear it for Christmas.
I see. Well, I'm sure you won't have any trouble. Say, Don, what about New Year's? Do you think that maybe... Come in? Well, it's about time he got here.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Stanley. Hello, boss.
Rochester, you lied to me, and I'm not forgiving you so easily. So don't talk to me.
Oh, boss, let's not go through that again. Remember last time when you didn't talk to me for 3 weeks?
For 3 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. He was so mad at me he wouldn't tell me to sweep the floor, dust the furniture, or make up the beds.
Really?
The house got so messy I had to move to a hotel.
Now listen, Rochester.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Mary asked me to interview a maid for her. Rochester, did you bring your niece with you?
Yes, Miss Stanley. She's right here if you want to talk to her.
Good.
Butterfly, this is Miss Stanley.
How do you do?
Hello, Butterfly. Rochester told Miss Livingston you'd be interested in working for her as a maid.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked as a maid before?
Yes, ma'am.
And you worked for...
Money.
No, Butterfly. I mean, who did you work for?
That was her name, Mrs. Money, M-U-N-I.
Oh.
Her husband's name is Paul.
That's Muni, Paul Muni. Money.
Well, tell me, Butterfly, have you worked for anyone else?
Oh, yes, lots of people. But I worked for Mrs. Money the longest.
I see. How long were you with her?
2 days.
Only 2 days?
Mm-hmm.
Well...
Something wrong?
Well, I don't know what to say. What do you think, Jack?
Oh, I don't know.
Butterfly, do you have any references?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Right here in my bag.
M-U-N-I, money. Well, you could pronounce it that way, Dad.
Oh, my goodness. I lost my letter of reference.
Well, that's too bad.
But I can remember it. It said, to whom it may concern, Butterfly McQueen is honest, trustworthy, reliable, and, Uncle Rochester, what else did you write?
Rochester, where are you going?
Back to the wedding. I forgot to kiss the bride.
Come back here. Rochester, are you in the habit of writing false references?
Only once before, boss, and I'm still with you.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me...
Oh, Jack, let it go. Butterfly, I'll give you the job on approval.
Okay, I approve.
Hey, nowadays, that's no joke.
Thank you, Miss Livingston, Miss Sandwich. And I hope I'll be happy with Miss Livingston as I was with Mrs. Money, only longer.
Well, I'm sure you will, Butterfly, and you can report to work tomorrow morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on, Uncle Rochester.
Okay, honey. So long, boss.
Goodbye.
Listen, Butterfly. Now that you got the job, I want you to work hard and do everything Miss Livingston asks you to do.
Mm-hmm.
She's a very nice lady, and you'll enjoy working for her just like I do for Mr. Benny.
But, Uncle Rochester, I thought Mr. Benny was mad at you.
Oh, we have our little spats once in a while, but I wouldn't leave that man for anything. You know, I'm crazy about Mr. Benny, and Mr. Benny's crazy about me.
Are you sure, Uncle Rochester?
Am I sure? Why, yesterday he gave me the whole day off.
We hear a lot about pin-up girls these days, but right now our government has a pin-up chart for all of us. It's a part of our Food Fights for Freedom program. Now, this pin-up chart is a scorecard to show how well your family is helping food fight by living up to the slogan, produce, conserve, share, and play square. And another important way we're asked to help is to buy more of the foods that are plentiful and unrationed. Foods like delicious, malty-rich grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Uncle Sam is urging us to eat more cereals with whole grain nourishment, because they are plentiful, thrifty, not rationed. And both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes do bring you all-around whole grain nourishment. Best of all, they're such perfectly swell eating. Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes in delicate, toasty brown flake form. Both glory in that same distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor. So check up with that pin-up chart, friends, to see that you're doing your part in the Food Fights for Freedom program. And to check up on your pantry shelf to see that you have plenty of delicious grape nuts and grape nuts flakes handy.
Well, that's all for tonight. Barbara, I want to thank you for coming over on a moment's notice and pinch hitting for Mary.
I was very happy to do it, Jack.
I know you were. Good night, folks.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the minds to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Oh, I'll murder 'em tonight. I'll fracture 'em.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ed James and Lou Derman, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp on his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. The title of tonight's little clam bake is The Barbells of Scotland, or Who Put the Muscle in Mr. Harris's Bustle? And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. There's a place for everything, and everything has its place. That's what I always say. What do you always say? Anyway, tonight, as we look in on the Harrises, Bill and Alice are busy trying to find a spot in the living room for their new seat. The love seat, that is.
You're my everything underneath the sun. You're my everything all rolled into one.
Bill, put down that mirror and help me.
Oh, okay, honey. You just say the word, and these sinews of steel will snap into action. These brawny shoulders will strain to accomplish the impossible. Harris, the living mule train, will walk.
Never mind, Philip. Step aside, and I'll push the love seat.
Oh, thank you, Willie. Thanks.
Where do you want it, Alice?
Well, over near the fireplace, I think.
Willie, over near the fireplace.
All right. There. How does that look?
Well, I don't know. Somehow a love seat doesn't look right in front of a fireplace.
Hey, put straps on it and it'll make a good hot seat. Family hot.
Willie, you think it would look better if...
What are you asking him for? You think it is? He don't even know what a love seat is.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Ask me. I'm an expert on all that furniture stuff. Hoopendale, Chicken Scoop, Lewis... Nutty Pine, Palomino Mahogany... Wormwood? Yeah. Ask me anything.
Well, how would you like the love seat in front of those 2 bay windows, huh?
I wouldn't.
And why not, pray?
Because, pray, it's none of the neighbors' business, pray. What my love seat is doing, pray. That's why not, pray. DeLong, pray.
All right, Willie, put it back where it was.
Again. There. Oh, Alice, I'm exhausted.
You're exhausted. Did you ever try lugging them cushions around?
Ah, Philip, let's face it. You're too old to indulge in activity of a physical nature.
Oh, I am. For your information, even a diesel engine puffs a little when it's getting up steam.
I know. But in your case, it isn't steam, merely hot air.
Oh, now look, Willie. You owe Phil an apology. Come on, apologize.
Well, I apologize, Philip.
That's more like it.
I really should have more respect for old age.
Old age? Look, Willie, when you're wearing a toupee, they'll still be using my hair as a model for Shirley Temple dolls. Nerve of that guy. Me getting old. I'm as strong as I... Oh, Alice, do I look like I'm softening up?
Maybe we'd better leave the love seat where it is, Phil. I don't want you to strain yourself.
I'm not straining myself. And stop making me out like an old man. Come in.
Hi, Alice.
Hello, Elliot.
Hiya, Dad.
All right, don't go calling me Dad. Ain't much call around for banjos, Clyde.
What's biting hip today, Alice?
Oh, you know Phil. He and Willie are at it again.
Oh. Curly, you shouldn't let Willie aggravate your high blood pressure like that.
You don't aggravate my... Who's got high blood pressure?
Oh, I didn't mean that, Curly. I just meant getting excited ain't the best thing for hardened arteries, that's all.
Well, I know it ain't, but... Elliot, who's got hardened arteries?
Oh, an old uncle of mine. He's only 44 and stiff as a plank. He's got a lot at stake, too. You know, plank steak.
Hey, look, Elliot, I got news for you. It ain't funny.
I thought it was rather droll. Hey, Alice, that Willie must have given our boy a hard time, huh?
Well, he only meant it for Phil's good. Phil is getting a little heavy for his age.
There goes again for his age. Last week it was the same thing. You're getting old. You're falling apart.
Phil...
You know, I played hooky from the 5th grade to see you in Alexander's ragtime band. You know that, don't you?
Phil... all I said.
The way you talk, you'd think I was 80 years old. A quintuplet or something. I knew that wouldn't get nothing. And another thing.
Excuse me, Philip.
What'd you do now?
Nothing.
Then why do I have to excuse you for?
I merely wish to speak to my sister, if you don't mind.
No. Go ahead. Don't pay any attention to old man Mose. I'll just curl up in front of the fire and count my vote for McKinley buttons.
What is it, Willie?
Alice, I merely wanted to tell you that I'm going shopping.
Good, I'll go with you. We'll be back in a little while, Phil.
Yeah, good. While you're out, see if you can pick me up some Malbap. That's pablum spelled backwards. Tell me I'm getting old. Younger than any of them. And I'm getting younger all the time.
Hi, Curly.
6 more birthdays and I'll be back playing that sock symbol in high school.
Hiya, Curly.
What are you grinning at?
Oh, I'm not grinning. I was yawning and my lip got stuck.
Well, unstick it, because it ain't funny.
You know, Curly, I hate to say this about the woman you love, but she's right.
Right about what?
About you. You ain't got no more muscles than a clam digger's apron.
Oh, is that so? I got muscles I ain't even used yet. I got muscles I ain't never gonna use.
The trouble with you, Curly, you don't get no exercise.
What are you talking about? I work, don't I?
Oh, sure, but look, Curly, clipping Alice's coupons ain't exactly a pick and shovel job.
I use heavy scissors.
But it ain't enough. You gotta lift that barge, tote that bale.
Go ahead, you're leaving out the best line. You know, you get a little la-da-da-da-dee-dum-dum, boy.
All right, wait a minute, Curly. You know what you need? Exercise. You ought to work out every day like Rocky Marciano or Kid Gavilan or Millicent Berry or...
Who?
Who? Oh, Millicent Berry.
Who's she?
A girl I work out with from time to time.
Look, Elliot.
No, I'm not kidding, Curly. You ought to do something like... Wait a minute. I got it. I know just the thing, and it won't cost you a dime. A barbell.
Oh. Barbell, huh? Yeah. You know, I've always wanted one of them things.
You did?
Sure. Saves you banging your knuckles on the bar when you want a refill.
Curly.
Maybe I'll get a whole set. You know, they got all different kinds.
Curly.
They got martini barbells with a petrified olive for a clanger. And they got them old-fashioned barbells, with or without a cherry. And...
Curly.
You're interrupting me, Elliot. Let me dream.
Look, I got a friend who works out with the weights all the time.
Oh, that kind of barbell.
That's right. I bet you if I call the Ox, he'll be glad to lend you one.
The Ox?
Mm-hmm.
That's your friend?
You ought to see him, Curly. He's built like a statue, like a Greek god.
He is, huh?
A regular Adonis. And girls, they go nuts about him.
They do, huh?
He gives his rejects to Marlon Brando.
Now. You know, Elliot?
Yeah?
I have been feeling a little sluggish lately.
You don't say.
Maybe a little exercise would be good for me. Why don't you call your friend and see if you can borrow a barbell or 2 or 3?
All right, I'll call him right now. In the meantime, you can work out with the orchestra.
To build muscles? You can't build muscles with an orchestra.
Vaughn Monroe did.
Vaughn Monroe! Go wash your mouth out with an RCA. Vaughn Monroe, where'd you pick that up? Get out of here. I'll try it once. You mean old muscle voice? All right, come in here, fellas. Let's try it. He's on. He's hold it. We wasn't ready. You're a little quick today, ain't you, Herman? And away now. Now. Piece of pudding, piece of pudding, piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding cold, piece of pudding in the pot, just 9 days old. Well, a patty cake, a baker's man. You got to put it in the oven just as fast as you can. Some like it hot and some like it cold. I like it in the pot, 9 days old. Piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding cold, piece of pudding in the pot, just 9 days old. Didn't care much about going to school. It was all work and no play. But when I come home about 3:30, I love to hear my mama say, piece of pudding hot, hot pudding. Got the piece of pudding cold, cold pudding. Got the pudding in the pot, hot pudding. Just 9 days old, 9 days old. I don't like ham, I don't like greens. If I get out of this, by no means. Piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding cold, piece of pudding in the pot, just 9 days old. I don't want ham, I don't want greens. There's only one dish that pops the same. It's a piece of pudding hot, the pot pudding. Piece of pudding cold, the cold pudding. Piece of pudding in the pot, the pot pudding. Just 9 days old, just 9 days old. Mama said, son, here's 15 cents. Go watch that elephant jump the fence. He jumped so high he started to fly. We didn't get back till the 4th of July. Piece of pudding hot, the pot pudding. Piece of pudding cold, the cold pudding. Piece of pudding in the pot, the pot pudding. Just 9 days old, just 9 days old. Hot pudding, cold pudding. Hot pudding, 9 days old. Hot pudding, cold pudding. Hot pudding, just 9 days old. Big pudding.
Hey, Curly, he's here. He's here.
Who's there?
The ox.
The ox?
Yeah, the ox.
You heard of Keats, you heard of Shelley. Here's the ox with his tremendous torso.
Hey, Curly, this is the ox.
Yeah.
Oxy, this is Curly.
Yeah. Glad to know you, Oxy boy.
You want to shake hands with me? You'll have to reach down. I don't bend so good.
What I tell you, Curly, pure muscle.
Yeah, solid. Yeah, solid. Hey, Oxy, you didn't forget to bring the barbells, did you?
Forget it. What do you think this is under me arm?
May West?
He's a kidder, Ellie.
That's the barbell, Curly. Boy, it's a big one, ain't it? Must weigh 300 pounds.
What are you kidding?
No, I'm kidding you. What's that thing weigh, Oxy?
Oh, this will go easy. 350 and a couple of odd ounces.
See?
Look, I got to go home and rinse out a few things. Where do you want the barbell?
Oh, just toss it over here.
Toss it? Okay.
I wonder if Alice is going to like a sunken living room.
Oxy, what did you do that for?
Because you asked for it.
Thank you, Ox Baker.
Tomorrow, if you want, I'll bring a bigger one.
No, Oxy. This is going to be fine. Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, fellas. I'll be seeing you.
What's your hurry, Ox?
You heard of Shelley? You heard of Keats? Goodbye, sad world. The ox retreats.
Hey, he's a nice guy. Yeah. What does he do?
Drives a good humor wagon.
It figures. Mm-hmm. Well, I listened to you again, Elliot. Mm-hmm. That's all I have to do, just listen to you. Now, what are we going to do about that hole in the floor?
Same as last time. Cover it with a rug.
You can't do that. Alice will find out.
Not until somebody falls through.
All right. Go ahead. You get a rug and I'll lift the barbell.
Right.
Okay, Philip, you might as well start now. Just get a good hold on this thing and then... just pull... Hey, Elliot.
Yeah, Curly?
I'll get the rug. You lift the barbell.
Oh, come on. It can't be that heavy, Curly. Come on. You take one and I'll take the other. You ready?
Yeah.
Lift. Why don't we both get the rug?
Look, Elliot, we got to get this thing out of here before Alice sees it. Now, let's move it.
With what?
With what?
I asked you first.
Elliot, there's got to be some way. Hey, we can only find a crowbar or something to shove underneath.
Yeah, but where are we going to find a crowbar or something to shove underneath?
Anybody home? I brought the groceries.
Curly.
Our little crow bait.
I brought everything but the corn, and I figured you guys had enough of that. That was pretty good, huh, fellas? I said I brought over some... What do you look at me so funny for? Is me head on crooked or something?
Oh. Hey, come here, Julius.
I don't want it.
Nobody's going to hurt you, Julius, boy.
I don't know. Every time you two guys get me alone, I'm safer behind the iron curtain.
Is that a nice thing to say after Mr. Harris was going to give you this beautiful barbell for a Christmas present?
In October?
Well, kid, you see, well, that way I get to deduct it from my income tax.
You can deduct the barbell?
Naturally. Everybody knows that. You lift the barbell, and where is it? Overhead.
A deductible item, if ever I heard one. Nice thinking, Curly. You ought to do my taxes next year, huh?
Well, Julius, if you want it, she's yours. Just pick it up and trot on home with it.
Go ahead, kid. What are you waiting for?
It's my instinct of self-preservation. Whenever me short hairs stand up on end and me ears begin twitching and me spine begins arching up, somehow I get suspicious.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You hear that, Elliot? He don't trust us.
I can't understand it.
Okay, if you want to act that way, we'll just have to keep it ourselves.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'll take it.
Well, now you're talking. Okay, Julius, lay down.
Huh?
You know, this ain't just an ordinary barbell.
It's for developing stomach muscles.
Yeah, and it only works when you're flat on your back.
Okay, kid, what are you waiting for?
It's them short hairs. They're standing up again.
Julius, tell him to lay down.
And you lay down with him.
Now, I don't know. Why do I get myself into things like this? Okay, so I'm down. Now what?
Okay, give me a hand, Elliot. We'll just roll this bar barrel over on top of it.
Wait a minute!
Okay, here we go.
All right, heave it.
Hey, this thing is heavy!
Okay, Julius. Stand up and take it home.
Are you kidding? I can't move. My poor little chest feels like it's touching me back.
I got news for you. It is.
Curly, we better get him out.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, let's do it together. Come on.
Right.
One, two, three.
You know what, Curly? It's stuck.
Yeah, I know. Now what do we do?
I don't know.
Fellas!
Maybe we feed him a couple of hundred cakes of yeast. Then he swells up and the barbell slides off.
Sounds logical.
I won't eat him. Never. Get me out of here. Get me out, will you?
You know, Curly, there's only one way to get this thing off. We rent ourselves a derrick.
Yeah. Hey, a derrick, huh?
A derrick.
Hey, how's that sound to you, Julius?
I'm saving all my testimony for the DA. Ooh, them pains.
That's the way that kid's acting, Elliot. You know something? I think he's getting balmy.
Everything's turning black. I'm floating around in the sky. A beautiful angel is singing.
You hear anything, Curly?
No.
Gee, such beautiful music.
A song of love is a sad song. Hi, Lily, hi, Lily, hi, low. A song of love is a song of woe. Don't ask me how I know. A song of love is a sad song, for I have loved and it's so. I sit by the window and watch the rain. Hi, Lily, hi, Lily, hi, low. Tomorrow I'll probably love again. Hi, Lily, hi, Lily, hi, low.
A song of love is a sad song.
Hi, Lily, hi, Lily, hi, low.
A song of love is a song of woe. Don't ask me how I know. A song of love is a sad song.
For I have loved and I know. I sit by the window and watch the rain.
Hi, Lily, hi, Lily, hi, low.
Tomorrow I'll probably love again.
Hi, Lily, hi, Lily, hi, low.
Gee, wasn't that beautiful?
What?
The music.
Will you forget about it, Julius? Forget about it. There ain't been no music.
But I heard...
Look, it's that barbell on your chest. That's what's doing it. The whole thing is an optical delusion. Look, Julius, will you just keep quiet now and wait till Elliot gets back with the derrick, and we'll get you fixed up and nothing flat.
That's what I'm beginning to feel like. Nothing flat.
Curly! Hey, Curly!
Hey, there he is. He's back. Hey, Elliot, did you get it?
You said it. The finest drive-yourself derrick in town.
Hey, do you hear that, Julius? The finest derrick in town.
I wish I was dead.
That's what happened, too. Okay, Elliot. You know how to run it and all now, huh?
You betcha.
Okay, now listen to me. You got it all set?
Yeah.
All right, now just lower the boom and then swing it through the window.
Roger, here we go.
Elliot, what's the matter with you?
I thought the window was open. Did I break it bad?
No, you broke it good. Oh, Alice is going to kill me.
Well, that's why they put erasers on derricks. Let's try it again, eh?
Okay, now take it easy, will you?
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, keep it going, Elliot.
Keep it going.
Raise it a little.
Raise it a little.
A little more.
A little more.
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 Raise it.
Raise it.
A little. Now look what you did. You broke down the window.
Here's something, Curly. I just found out what's wrong. I'm a lefty. This is a right-handed derrick.
Oh, what am I going to tell Alice? She's going to murder me. There's
2 more windows, Curly, and I'll have this thing down pat.
We got 2 more windows. Elliot, will you please take it easy? Now move it back a little.
Move it back, okay. Contact!
That's it. Okay now, huh? How you doing it?
Okay.
Up a little.
Up a little.
That's it.
That's it.
No, Elliot. Stop. Elliot. Elliot. Stop. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Something wrong, Curly?
I said up a little.
Too far up, huh?
What am I going to do without a front door?
Well, you haven't had an open house for a long time.
Mr. Harris, please get me out of here. Me lettuce is wilting.
You stay out of there. Got enough trouble without you. Elliot.
Yeah.
Try and be more careful, will you?
Okay, Curly. I think I got it now. I'll swing it in through the window like it wasn't even there.
I got news for you, it ain't. Now, look, Elliot.
Yes, sir?
Just swing it. Just swing it right into the room.
Okay, here we go.
Attaboy. Swing it right in the room. Right in there. That's it. Swing it right in. Elliot, get it out of the corner. You're bouncing against the wall.
I know, but man, dig that crazy beat.
Stop that. Will you stop it?
Curly, You gotta stop screaming like that. You're gonna get ulcers.
Elliot,
Yes, Curly?
take it over to Julius.
You ain't gonna get that thing near me.
What are you worrying about? It's only a dairy.
Only a derrick, he says. I think when a dentist punches a drill at me and he tells me it's only a derrick.
Will you be still? Okay, Elliot. Bring it down.
Okay.
That enough? That's it, okay. Okay, that's it. Hold it. Hold it. I just got to hook it under this barbell.
Please, Mr. Harris, take that thing away. Let me stay under the barbell. I'm happy here, believe.
Will you please keep out of this? Okay, Elliot. It's all hooked up. Now, look,
Okay.
this time, just take it right straight up.
Right straight up, okay.
Righto. Attaboy. Attaboy. Straight up.
Straight up.
Okay, hold it. Now you got it.
Okay.
You got it. Hold it right up there. Okay, Julius, you can get up now. You're loose. Julius. Julius, where are you?
Where am I? Ooh, that's rich. Standing up here like a nickel cigar in a claw machine. And he wants to know where am I? Ooh!
Julius, get out off of my ceiling. You're getting spots on it.
Help me, police!
Elliot, let him down.
Okay. Okay, Curly?
Look what you've done. You wrecked my whole piano.
Where's Julius?
I would say somewhere between middle C and the basement.
One of these days, Philly. One of these days. Phil, what's going on in there? Who's playing the piano?
The piano? Oh, Liberace.
Who? One of these days.
Yeah, Julius has given his invitation to Sophie Tucker. It's great in here, honey.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Lady, are you caught in the kitchen traffic jam when you serve a big meal? Must you choose between cold biscuits and a cold roast? Well, you know, the new RCA Estate range serves you a problem of getting everything at once. You can serve everything, meat, biscuits, vegetables, sauces, coffee, steaming hot at their peak of savory perfection. The barbecue or meat oven for charcoal done flavor, the hideaway grid oil for top-of-range grilling, the big balanced heat bake oven. Dependable performance, easy operation. The new, the wonderful, the sensational RCA Estate gas and electric ranges. At your dealers now.
This is Phil again. On Tuesday, October the 20th, I'll be in Cleveland, Bob Hope's hometown, to appear with Bob on his first television show of the season. Give us a look in, huh? Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed was Alan Reed. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This has been an NBC Radio Network production.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command performance presented this week and every week till you're back from over there. Okay there, gang. Here comes another half-hour combination taffy pull and cockeyed carnival, featuring your favorite stars as per your request. To Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here's your head taffy puller, the Boston bombshell, Fred Alice.
Thank you very much, Ken Carpenter, and hi, fellows. Ken, I'm amazed. I had no idea that you knew that I hail from up Boston way.
Well, it was just a wild guess, Fred.
Really?
Yes, I happen to notice.
You teased it up for this one show.
This one show.
Guess wasn't wild when you started. You teased it up.
You see, I happen to notice that baked bean hanging from your watch chain.
Well, that's no baked bean, Ken. That's an elk's tooth with a California suntan.
See, Fred, it looks so awfully round and smooth to be an elk's tooth.
Well, you see, Ken, that tooth has been kept pretty busy lately. After about 10 years of service in the elk's mouth, it was a stand-in for my pivot tooth for 3 more seasons. But so much for improvised dentistry, Ken.
Mr. Alice!
Well, Portland. Portland, this is a surprise. What are you doing way out here in California?
Mama brought me to Hollywood to get in the movies.
Movies? No kidding. How is it going?
I took a screen test, and I start working tomorrow.
What company?
Lockheed.
I'm sorry you can't get into pictures, though, Portland.
Mama thought I'd be another Lana Turner.
Lana, well, something must have happened with your test.
I had my sweater on backwards.
You had no profile, hey? Well, you'll probably like it better at Lockheed anyway.
Maybe. Mama and Papa are working there. Papa's a riveter.
Really?
Yes. The foreman picks on Papa for working too slow.
Oh, too slow with the rivets, huh?
Yes. The foreman tells Papa when he puts in the lead, he should get the lead out.
I get it. Well, that last rivet clinched your argument, Portland. So now I'd like to present a great favorite with the AEF everywhere, the girl who put the form in Command Performance, Miss Ginny Sims.
I took a choo-choo fast as I could take a choo-choo. It gave a long way to take you in my arms. And now it's your first move to prove that you've been through. Come to baby do. You've been away beyond the blue horizon. I hope that no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to baby Drew. Me from guessing, it's no time to tease. All this dressing, put your begging baby at ease. I wanna love you just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you try to understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. The one for me. Come to baby, do come to baby, come to baby, do.
That was very nice, Ginny Sims and the Sportsman.
Oh, thank you. Fred, this really is a surprise. I had no idea you were in town. I haven't seen you out at any parties or anything.
Well, Ginny, I've been so busy looking for a place to stay, I haven't had much time for social life.
Did you finally get a room?
Ginny, I haven't slept since I got here in town.
Well, Did you advertise in the papers?
Certainly. I've had an ad in for a week. The ad reads, "Gentleman with pajamas wants to meet sleeping bag."
Oh, Fred, I'm sure you're exaggerating about all
No,
this.
honestly, Ginny, I really tried all the big hotels and couldn't even get by the doorman. I finally found a little ivy-covered hotel on a side street. It looked homey and very quiet. I opened the door.
Quiet! Quiet, everybody, quiet! We're just getting nowhere this way. Quiet, please. Now that's better. Everybody stay in line or I'll squirt my fountain pen at you.
Pardon me, sir.
My name is Mr. Gable. I'm the clerk.
Oh, Clerk Gable. Well, Mr. Gable, I'd like to get a room.
You dreamer.
How can I be a dreamer? I haven't slept for 7 days.
Pardon me, Mr. Gable. The lady in room 503 says there's a mouse in her room.
Well, tell the lady in 503 that our cat is busy in 907.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute, Bud. I'm the house detective, and you'll have to submit to a search.
A search?
Yeah, one of our brass cuspidors is missing.
Why, this is ridiculous. What would I do with the brass cuspidor?
Does that answer your question?
I can't stand any more of this. So it went, Ginny. I tried every possible way to get a room, but to no avail. I decided to make a phone call as a last resort. I sneaked into a phone booth.
Oh, Mr. Benny's residence. Autograph oranges. 10 cents a piece.
Rochester, this is Mr. Fred Allen. I just got in from New York.
Why don't you come on over for dinner, Mr. Allen? Mr. Benny's pet chicken is awful sick.
His chicken is sick? What's wrong with it?
I'm frying it to death.
Well, Rochester, here's what I called about. Is there any chance of using Mr. Benny's room while he's away?
Did you say use or rent?
I get it. I tell you what, Rochester, I'll take the room, and when Mr. Benny gets home, I'll give him a check for whatever he wants.
Give him a check?
Well, yes.
That kind of eliminates the middleman, don't it?
Well, how about this? I'll give you the check, and you can give it to Mr. Benny.
How about this? You give me the cash and let nature take its course.
Well, I don't see why we should be arguing about money, Rochester. After all, you should be glad to have someone around the house. You must be mighty lonesome in that big place there, all alone.
All alone? Oh, Mr. Allen, come now.
Rochester, I hesitate to think what Mr. Benny will say when he gets home.
Won't do for radio, will it?
I'm afraid not. Well, Rochester, I guess I won't get much rest at the house of Benny with all your friends whooping it up around there.
I'm inclined to agree. You're so right.
So I'll just let the room go. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye, Mr. Allen. That was a close one. I nearly rented the room, honey.
Honey? Rochester, to whom were you just talking?
Oh, that was my cousin Sylvester. Sylvester J. Honey. Goodbye, honey. I mean, Mr. Allen.
So you see, Jenny, I've really been trying to get a place to stay, but it's no use.
It's a sad tale, Fred.
Yes, it is. And a long one, too, Jenny. But enough of my trouble. Let's get on with the show. Gang, in accordance with our new policy here on Command Performance, each week our vice president in charge of hangnails thumbs through your letters and picks the vice president of APOs and FPOs. This week, I'm happy to say the winner by a cuticle and a slick forefinger is Miss Martha Mears.
He's a carbon copy of the soldier boy I love, the little guy who looks like you. And for Daddy, every night he holds Mommy, oh, so tight. When I miss your sweet embrace, an angel takes your place, the little guy who looks like you. Night and day, we will pray and yearn for peace on earth, and our loved ones safe return to a world that sings again of the people sings again. Until then, I thank you, dear, for a precious souvenir, the little guy who looks like you. Night and day, we will pray and yearn for peace on earth, and our loved ones safe return to a world that sings again of the people sings again. Until then, I thank you, dear, for a precious souvenir. That funny little guy, that precious little guy, the little guy who looks like you.
Thank you very much, Martha Mears. Gentlemen of the AEF, it's a real pleasure for me to introduce our next guest, one of Hollywood's finest actors.
Who is it, Mr. Allen?
You'll find out for them. This man is a real actor. His diction, his every gesture, the way he lives and breathes the role.
Who is it?
The Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lucas.
Thank you, Fred Ellen, and hello, man.
Yeah, that was great, Paul. Hello, men. What a reading you gave that line.
It was nothing, Fred.
Nothing, he says. What inflection on that nothing. What timing. You know, I'm going to pick up plenty of pointers tonight.
By the way, Fred, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Well, I'm here to make a picture, Paul, but don't let it worry you.
No, it won't. It won't.
You see, I'm making a comedy.
Comedy?
Yes.
Like Jack Benny, huh?
Mr. Lucas. If Jack Benny is a comedian, I, sir, am a fish peddler.
I'll take a pound of mackerel.
Shall I wrap it up, or will you eat it here? But, Paul, I'm glad to have this chance to talk to you because in my picture I have one dramatic scene where I have to make love to the leading lady. Now, do you think you could give me a little coaching?
Well, the main thing is to have confidence in yourself. And be convincing. Now, for instance, let me hear you say, I love you.
I love you.
No. I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
Gentlemen, please, after the program.
Now, you stay out of this, Ken. I'm trying to win an Oscar.
Oh, brother, if that wins an Oscar, I'm a fish peddler.
Well, go across the hall. I'm working this studio. You know, Paul, in a way, I'm sort of sorry that you're on this particular command performance.
Well, I don't see why. I've been nice to you. And I bought some fish.
I know, I haven't wrapped it up yet. But you don't understand, Paul. You are a great dramatic actor, and for our play, we planned on doing a typical daytime serial.
Daytime serial? Why, that's wonderful.
Well, you mean you don't think that sort of thing is beneath you?
Au contraire, monsieur. I think the daytime serial offers great opportunities for dramatic acting. I'd like to play in one.
Well, all right, Paul. I think I can fix it for you. You know how all of those daytime serials start? First, the organ plays. And then the announcer always says,
The Muck and Fuss Family. Starring Paul Lucas and brought to you by the makers of Muck, the breakfast food that is no fuss to prepare.
The makers of Muck, that breakfast delight, say try out to start your day right. Get up tomorrow morning, don't be a cluck, and eat a heaping plate of muck. Muck.
Remember, Muck is the only breakfast food that is vice versa. Muck is delicious with sugar and cream. Or, vice versa, sugar and cream is delicious with Muck. And folks, Muck doesn't crunch, crackle, pop, or bubble. When it hits the plate, it just lays there. And now for our story.
Ladies and gentlemen, you remember the horrible plight of the Muckenfuss family when we left them yesterday. Millicent Muckenfuss, aged 17, despite her broken leg, has just eloped with Rodney Repogel, a traveling salesman. Her grandfather, Rufus Muckenfuss, despite his broken arm, took the news philosophically as he fell out of his rocking chair due to an overdose of rum. Mother and Father Muckenfuss, despite their broken hearts...
Fred, does everything have to be broken?
Well, that's the way it goes in daytime serials, Paul. There's always trouble.
Mother and Father Muckenfuss naturally were upset because they had hoped Millicent would marry Julius J. Crumcake, a prominent baker.
Julius J. Crumcake, that's you in the play, Paul.
Good. Old Judge Hooper, friend of the family, has just dropped in to chisel a free meal and give some advice. But first, a word from our sponsor.
But when do we start the play, Fred?
Patience. You have to be patient, Paul. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days to finish the commercials and explain what happened yesterday.
Remember, folks, Muck contains flavonoids. That famous no-burp vitamin. And flavonoid, that famous no-burp vitamin, contains Muck. Comes out even, doesn't it? And now for our story.
As the scene opens, Father Muckenfuss is speaking.
Just think, Ma. Our little Millicent has run away with that Rodney Repogel, the ant-paste salesman.
She's left the note under her pillow, Paul.
Let me see that. No, not the pillar. I can't read the pillar. Hand me the note. Dear Mommykins and Daddykins, I have ran away with Rodney Repogel, although I hardly know him. Despite my broken leg, I hope we shall be better acquainted when we return. Your loving daughter in the cast, Millie. P.S. P.S. Don't rent my room, as Rodney thinks it'll be so nice to come home to. Please excuse my handwriting, as I just broke my wrist.
It's terrible, Paul. What will Julius J. Crumcake, the prominent baker, say?
Yeah. There's Julius J. Crumcake, the prominent baker, now.
How can you tell?
The dough on his knuckles, Ute is not. Come in.
Ah, Mummy and Potty Muttonfoot. I bring you greetings and fresh apple strudel. But where is my fair one, my Millicent?
Julius, I got bad news for you.
Strudel stinks, eh?
No, it's about Millie. She's eloped with Rodney Repo.
No, it can't be true. You must be jesting. Millicent loves me. Do you hear? Me.
Well, maybe so, but I saw her jumping over the back fence with Rodney.
Despite her broken leg?
Yeah, it took her 3 jumps, but she finally made it.
What's the note? Here, read it.
2 girdles, 4 steppings, 8 body
No,
shots.
hold on, Julius. That's her laundry list. Turn it over.
Oh. Curse it. It is true. She has left me for another man. Just when I had named the Millicent Muttonfoot Parker House roll in her honor.
The Millicent Muckenfuss Parker House roll, you say, Julius?
Yes, it is an innovation. I fold them to the left. Just wait till I get my hands on that Rodney. I'll bash his brains in with a loaf of stale French bread.
Now, hold on. Control yourself, Julius J. Crumcake the baker. Even if you did win the Academy Award. Now, let down. Try to relax. Come in. Millicent, Rodney.
Hello, everybody. We're back.
Boy, am I hungry.
Hungry, Rodney?
Yeah. Whipping away 2 days with nothing but crackers and handshakes.
Millie, aren't you going to say hello to your former sweetheart, Julius J. Crumcake? Sure. Hello, Julius.
Me too. What's new around the oven there, Joel, huh?
Don't speak to me, you scoundrel, you wretch, you black-hearted knave. You have stolen my Millicent. Stolen her before I had a chance to unveil the Millicent Muttonfoot Parker House roll. Despite my broken back, I have a mind to whip you within an inch of your life.
Boy, what a performance.
You said it, Rodney.
Why, you low worm. Put up your hands and defend yourself. Come on, fight.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Now, hold on. I heard what he said, but hold on. Hold on, Rodney. Hold on, Julius. There'll be no brawling in the Muckenfuss house. Now, I'm running things round here, and we'll discuss this matter sensibly. And that's that. Aha!
So you didn't steal the cuspidor, huh?
No, Gumshoe, I didn't steal the cuspidor.
Don't tell me. I caught you red-handed and wet-lipped.
Now, this cuspidor's just a prop in the play here. Now, Flatfoot, you get out of here.
Don't you get rough with me. I got you covered.
Oh, yeah? Give me that gun.
Well, that's it, folks. Tune in tomorrow for another episode in the life of the broken-down Muckenfuss family. Remember,
the makers of Muck say goodbye to you. They hope that you will try their too. Tomorrow before you go to work, eat a bowl of muck or you're an awful jerk.
Many enduring melodies, but none more lovely than the one I'd like to sing for you tonight. How deep is the ocean? How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie.
deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How far would I travel to be where you are? From here to a star. And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? How deep is the ocean?
Well, men, we've battered the static around pretty badly tonight and completely ruined whatever chance Paul Lucas has of ever winning another award of any kind. However, we're glad you dropped in, and we hope you'll be around next week when it's command performance time again. Meantime, this is Fred Allen saying the best of the best from the USA.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
For correct time all the time, wear a Bulliver. Trade in your old watch. Get a liberal allowance on a new Bulliver. Any Bulliver you choose.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Welcome to another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Imagine yourself with us now on Soundstage 30, sitting with the famous stars who have come to broadcast and to listen to our program. Tonight you will hear Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Alan Jones, Maureen O'Sullivan, director Jack Conway, and Meredith Wilson, and anybody else that might happen to drop in. And here's your host for the evening, Robert Taylor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Bob.
Well, Frank Morgan. What is it, Frank?
Bob, I just wanted you to know I'm here.
was a little late. I've been trying to hire an orchestra for the house party I'm giving Saturday night.
Well, say, I'll bet that's going to be some party. Hiring an orchestra and everything, huh?
Oh, yeah, I always hire an orchestra. Why, at my last party, I had the Philadelphia Symphony, 110 men and a girl. And... oh, what a girl. Wow. Redhead. Let's see, her number is Philadelphia...
Philadelphia what?
Philadelphia, PA. I know my geography. Yes, sir. I get road maps from all the gas stations when I stop for free water. Yeah, but, Bob, have you any idea where I can dig up a good orchestra? Money's no object.
What'll you pay him?
Well, I'll give him my personal check for $200 or $5 cash.
Well, say, Meredith Wilson might like to make $5. What do you think of him as a musician?
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Why doesn't he take it up? It's Meredith Wilson. Yes. Well, confidentially, Bob, he can't read a note of music.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. I can't read music, and yet I play the cello fairly well. I play by ear.
By ear? Well, don't you find that rather awkward with a cello?
I don't think you know a thing about music.
Well, I do, too. You're just jealous, Bob.
All right. Now, let's say that Meredith Wilson's orchestra was to play an andante movement or an agitato movement or poco lento.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yes, well, that's what I say. What's the difference? Who cares? Let them play anything. What's the score? Who's playing?
Oh, please, Meredith. Whistle while you work.
Try to be just like the cheerful city and whistle while you work. Come on, get smart to love the start to whistle while you work. Whistle while you work. You'll never, never quit. Come on, get smart and do your part with all your heart to love the start to whistle while you work.
That was grand, Meredith. And incidentally, the song is from one of the grandest pictures that ever came out of Hollywood, Walt Disney's magnificent Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's Walt's masterpiece, and just as fine for grown-ups as for children. And speaking of children, brings me, of course, to that awful little girl who's become such a popular feature of our program. Here she is again with Hanley Stafford as her father, Baby Snooks.
Snooks, what are you doing up so early?
What time is it?
Why, it's not 8 yet.
Is it 7?
No, it's after 7.
Well, 8 comes after 7.
I know it does, but it's different with telling time.
Why?
Because it is. You have to figure with hours and minutes.
There?
On the clock. Here, look at it.
black things?
Those are the hands. They point out the time.
Where's the fingers?
They don't have fingers.
I got fingers.
I know you have fingers, but those hands don't have any.
Well, how can they point?
Snooks, they just indicate the time. Now look, every time that big hand makes a complete revolution of the face...
Oh, whose face?
This face on the clock.
That ain't a face.
I tell you, it is a face.
It ain't got a mouth.
Of course not.
Has it got eyes?
No, and it hasn't got a nose, and it hasn't got ears either.
And you call that a face?
Yes.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
I feel fine. Will you stop interrupting me?
All right, Daddy.
Well, now look at the clock. The big hand is the minute hand, and the little hand shows the hours. Now, these numbers all around the face each denote a different hour. Are you following me?
Where are we going?
We're not going anywhere. I'm trying to teach you to tell the time. Now, do you see these numbers on the clock?
Uh-huh.
The number at the top is 12. When both hands point to 12, it's 12 o'clock. Understand?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, what is it when both hands point to 12?
I don't know.
It's 12 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh. Then I'm late for school.
Oh, it's not 12 o'clock now. You just pay attention to what I'm telling you.
All right, Daddy.
Now, each time the big hand moves to another number, that's 5 minutes. And every time the little hand moves, an hour goes.
Where's it go?
Snooks, that has nothing to do with telling the time. All you have to understand is the movements of the hands. Now, let's see if you remember what I just explained.
All right, Daddy.
Here, now, look at this clock. Now, you see the little hand is between the 7 and 8, and the big hand is on the 7.
Uh-huh.
All right. What does the clock say?
Tick-tock.
Oh, it says 20 minutes to 8. And good heavens, I've got to get dressed and get to the office. Look out, Snooks.
Are you going to shave, Daddy?
Yes, and don't trail after me.
I want to watch it.
Oh, all right, but don't pester me with questions.
Why?
Because I'll get nervous and cut myself with a razor. Now, just keep quiet now.
All right. Daddy!
Ow! Why do you yell like that? See, I've cut my face. Boy, look at that slice. It's a beauty.
You like it, Daddy?
No, I don't like it. And I want you to let me finish, so don't make another sound.
I won't.
Remember now, Snooks, this razor's very sharp.
Yes, Daddy.
Will you be quiet?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now just stand there and watch.
All right. Daddy!
Oh! Snooks, you made me cut myself again. Now, just get right out of here.
I'll be quiet, Daddy.
Well, you'd better. This razor pulls.
What you doing now, Daddy?
I'm stropping the razor.
Why?
Because it's not sharp.
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you know?
'Cause you sharpened my pencils all right.
What? Now, listen. How many times have I told you not to take my razor from the box?
I didn't take it from the box. I found it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen? What was my razor doing in the kitchen?
Mama was cutting an linoleum with it.
Snooks, I don't believe you. Now you're going to get a spanking.
Why?
Didn't you promise never to touch my razor?
Uh-huh.
And didn't I promise to give you a spanking the next time you did?
Uh-huh.
Well?
Well, I didn't keep my promise, so you don't have to keep yours.
Oh, no. You're not getting away with it this time, young lady. Come over here. There. You simply must learn to behave. There. All right, that's all. Oh, stop it. I didn't hurt you. Now come here and kiss Daddy and say you're sorry. There. That's better. Now, Snooks, I want you to tell me why I punished you. What's the matter now?
That's just it.
Just what?
First you give me a licking, and you don't know why you did it.
Now here's Ted Pearson with some advice on coffee. You know, friends, there's more than fine, full-bodied flavor, more even than that deep-down satisfaction in a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House coffee. Yes, grand as that is, there's something more. It's that friendly stimulation in a cup of Maxwell House coffee, the kind that buoys you up and never lets you down. Now, we've taken various ways of pointing out just what we mean by that friendly stimulation. But tonight I have an idea we can express it in a different way. Anyway, I'm going to try. I'm going to call on our maestro here, our own Meredith Wilson, to help me out. Oh, Meredith, do you mind?
Why, not at all, Ted, if I can help.
Well, then, Meredith, how would you tell us about that friendly stimulation that's in a cup of Maxwell House?
Well, let's see. I think I'd set it to music, Ted. Let's say the boys and I have been rehearsing for maybe 5 hours, and we're pretty well worn out, all of us. And by that time, we're playing something like this. Then I know it's time for a little rest. And as we all file out, we're pretty apt to congregate in the coffee shop for a smoke and a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Well, 20 minutes later, we're back at our desks playing like this. Yes, Ted, once more we're playing Allegro Vivace, or in other words, Con Brio.
Or as one might further say, Con Maxwell House. Well, I guess there are times when, to alter an old saying, music speaks louder than words, and this seems to be one of them. Well, thank you, Meredith. You certainly have expressed the friendly stimulation there is in a cup of Maxwell House coffee for all of us. And so, friends, when you're tired, maybe feeling out of sorts, a little low in spirits, and you need a really wholesome pickup, well, then take time at your meals to enjoy a tempting, fragrant cup of the coffee that buoys you up and never lets you down.
Nice commercializing, Ted Pearson.
Thank you, Bob. Now I've relayed my message to our audience. I have a message for you. There's someone waiting to see you.
Well, tell him to come back later, will you? I'm very busy now.
Why?
Because. Oh, it's Jack Benny.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Yeah, it can't be that good. Hello again. This is Jack Snooks Benny talking. And, Bob, I just dropped in here for a minute to thank you again for appearing on my program last Sunday night. It was a lovely gesture on your part, and we appreciated it.
Well, that's okay, Jack. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. We sure got a lot of laughs, didn't you? And the members of my cast got a big kick out of meeting you, Bob.
It was my pleasure, Jack. You know what impresses me about your program, Jack?
What, Bob?
Well, the way your cast looks up to you, the way they respect you.
Respect me? Oh, yes. I've got them trained pretty well, Bob. You know, when I crack the whip, they jump.
They sure do.
Oh, yes. You know, when I want something done, I simply give my orders to Mary, Phil, Don, and Kenny Baker. And Kenny does exactly as I say. But if things were bad before, Bob, you have no idea of the situation now. Since they met you, you'd think I was a stooge or somebody.
Gosh, I didn't mean to start anything, Jack. Is there anything I can do?
Bob, when you kissed Mary, you did enough. Really, folks, you never saw such a smack.
Well, Jack, that kiss couldn't possibly affect Mary's feelings for you.
No, but last Monday was my birthday, and the kiss she gave me... what's good for frostbite, Bob? I got a warmer kiss from my high school principal when I graduated. I nearly killed that joke, too. One good joke, and I have to kill it.
Yeah. Well, then you did go to school. Right?
What's that, Bob?
You did go to school.
Oh, definitely. Why, back in Waukegan, they've got a halo around my dunce cap. But, Bob, I want to tell you the real reason for my being here tonight. Not that you need a reason on radio, you know, but I've been listening to this program for the last 14 or 15 weeks.
Oh, then you like our show.
Well, Bob, I will say that it's a nice program. You know, it's nice. But it needs a little something to, well, it could be stronger. You know?
Yeah, well, what do you mean it could be stronger?
Well, Bob, I don't mean that you have to send it to a gymnasium or anything like that. But I said before, it is a nice program.
Well, what do you mean, nice?
Now, don't pin me down. I mean it's pleasant.
Oh, yeah. You mean it doesn't go around and kick anybody in the face, huh?
Well, you don't have to get ironic. I didn't come here to tear your program down. I merely came to give you constructive criticism.
Yes, but, Jack, I hardly think this is quite the time or the place, you see.
Now, Bob, when I see a man drowning, I don't wait until he hollers for help.
Well, what would you suggest?
Well, Bob, look, let's analyze it. Now, since this show is an hour and mine is only a half hour, we must use twice as much showmanship, you see?
Showmanship? Well, have you got any ideas, Mr. Barnum?
Just call me Barney. Now,
Bob, the only thing that fits here, you don't mind my helping.
No.
The only thing that fits here is a very hot, swingy song. Now, take a tip from me, Bob. Have Judy Garland sing a rip-snorting zaz-zoo-zaz number.
Is that what you would do?
Definitely, and I ought to know.
Yeah, well, that's fine. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jones, our brilliant young tenor, will sing My Heaven on Earth. Thanks, Jack.
Oh, it was nothing. Now, the next song...
Heaven is a million miles away. Still I find it in my arms today. Heaven is the only word will do when I'm describing you. My heaven on earth started when you came into view. I never knew the thrill of living until you happened along. My heaven on earth came with a glance, bringing romance. That lucky chance was all I needed to fill my heart with a song. Loving you isn't hard to explain. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Heaven's loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. So who can measure your worth? You're my heaven on earth. My heaven on earth. First came in view when I saw you. I never knew the thrill of living happened along. We say when I happened along. I saw you with one glance, knowing that you brought that lucky chance of mine to fill me with a song. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. You're all I treasure. So who measure my worth? You're my heaven
That was swell, Alan. Thank you. Well, Jack, the folks seemed to go for Alan's song, didn't they?
Yeah, Judy Garland looks entirely different in pictures, doesn't she? And Bob, I've met Jones before. He seems like a very nice chap, an intellectual sort, ain't he?
Yes. Yes, he sure is. You know, after meeting Kenny Baker last Sunday, I would say that Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, what is that, Bob?
I say Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, yes, he is. If I knew what it meant, I could be even more definite. Of course, Bob, Kenny is a very amusing boy, though. He does say the most ridiculous things. I mean, when I talk to him, whenever I ask him anything, I get the silliest answers. You know, you've heard them. Like this morning, for instance.
Yeah, what'd you ask him?
to take a cut. He was polite, though. He said, "Go soak your head, please." Oh, he was coughing.
Well, of course, Alan is a different type entirely.
Yes, I'd like to talk to him, just in case Kenny ever happens to read his contract,
Yes, well, I want you to meet everybody, Jack. Alan.
Yes, Bob?
You know Jack Benny, don't you?
Well, I'm very glad to see you again, Alan.
Well, I won't work for a cent less than Kenny Baker. Huh.
Yeah. That wasn't in the script. Fighting the hand that might feed you, eh? I merely wanted to compliment you on your voice, Jones, although I don't think it was the proper selection.
What do you know about it?
Well, to put it conservatively, everything. You see, Alan, this show needs all the help that I can give it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. This show doesn't need anything.
Well, you're just being stubborn, that's all. Now, you take your musical selections. In the first place, I don't like the arrangements.
Well, what's the matter with them?
Now, you keep out of this, buddy. Who asked you to butt in, anyway?
Listen, Jack, this is Meredith Wilson, our conductor.
Oh. Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I sounded like Edward Horton then, didn't I? Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I was just telling Bob that the arrangements of your selection should have a little more schmaltz. Sounder construction in the bass, and let the melody carry itself.
Well, Mr. Benny, when I want your advice, I'll send for you. And I didn't send for you.
Well, a Phil Harris without curls.
Yeah? Well, you're a Clark Gable without hair.
Who said that?
I did. Don Wilson isn't here.
Jack, this is Ted Pearson, our announcer.
Hello, Pearson. And that crack about my hair wasn't very funny. I have plenty of hair. It just happens that I have a high forehead. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Jack Benny's head, buy Maxwell House coffee in the super vacuum tin.
Now, this is a fine way to run a program, commercial plugs right in the middle.
You better beat it, Ted.
See, that Pearson has got some nerve for a guy with only one flavor. Well, Bob, anyway, now that I've got your show rolling along, an idea strikes me that right here, Meredith Wilson must play a sock number.
Well, is there any particular number you can suggest, Jack?
Well,
How about Rosalie?
No, not Rosalie. That number's so worn out. Let him play anything but Rosalie, Bob. See? Hey. I trapped him, folks. That's the number I really wanted.
Always and always.
Hey, that's not Rosalie. I've been wrong.
Glory and wonder of you. Always and always, my love will go soaring to heaven on a thread of blue. Life is strange and ever changing, doesn't make reason or
Now, Bob, I think right here I ought to play a violin solo.
Jack, go away.
Oh, all right. A little class wouldn't hurt this program.
Meredith, that was a grand job on Always and Always. It sounded swell.
Oh, really? I wasn't listening.
Oh, say, Bob. Oh, there you are.
Frank, are you here again?
Am I here again? Why, yes, I think so. I'm sure I'm around someplace. I can hear my voice, can't you?
Yes, I guess you're here all right.
Oh, that's fine. Then we won't bother looking for me. Let's get going, Bob. Now, we don't want to be late.
Late for what?
The premiere. This is the most exciting opening night in Hollywood's history. Why, everybody who is anybody will be there. Believe me, I had to use plenty of influence to get you invited. And now you hesitate. Don't get...
Frank, where is this opening night? At Grauman's Chinese Theater?
No. At Tishabov's Turkish Bath. It's a formal affair, you know. I'm wearing a top hat, white tie, and a black towel. Do it right, I always say.
No, thanks, Frank. I'm not going to the opening night of any Turkish bath.
Oh, but, Bob, I got 2 front row seats in the steam room. We'll have a hot time. And they tell me it's a very stylish place.
Yeah, what's going to be stylish about a Turkish bath?
Well, but in the ordinary Turkish bath, you have to take a shower before you go into the pool.
Yeah, well...
Well, but in this place, they make you take a shower before you take a shower. Very sanitary.
No, you better count me out, Frank, but you'd better go. You certainly look flabby.
Well, that's because I exercise. Oh, who looks flabby? Why, Bob, you can't be serious. You know I'm the perfect physical specimen. Why, only this morning I ran 100 yards in 8 seconds.
8 seconds?
Yes.
Well, it takes Jesse Owens 9 2/5 seconds to run 100 yards.
Yes, but I know a shortcut. Why, when I was in the Olympics in 1914...
Frank, I didn't know that you were in the Olympics.
Well, neither did I until just now. Of course I was. Well, Bob, I was the sensation of the Olympics of 1918.
I thought it was in 1914.
My, time flies, doesn't it? Bob, I'm sorry you missed me in those Olympics of 1922. Let's see, they were held in the southern part of Europe.
Yugoslavia?
Yes, and I go skiing, too. Oh, Yugoslavia. That's the country. I thought you were clearing your throat. Yes, Bob, there's nothing like outdoor sports to keep you fit. Why, right here in California, I exercise every day, if it isn't raining. You should see me make a standing broad jump. And I'm a wizard at those old Grecian sports, throwing the javelin, pole vaulting.
What about the discus?
Oh, the discus. Well, I make my wife wash them. I wear the pants in my house with an apron over them.
Yes, Frank, I think America will acknowledge that you're definitely a manly type.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Yes, you're one man who is the absolute personification of masculine charm.
Yes.
The epitome of dashing virility.
Oh, what do you hear? From the dictionary? You know, Bob, I didn't know that I was so good. I'm going right out and hire a press agent. So long. I'll see you next. Yes.
Oh, Bob, who was that fellow?
That was Frank Morgan.
Morgan. What does he do?
What does he do? Well, I'll tell you what he does. He occupies the position of being radio's #1 comedian.
Oh, you mean #1 on this program?
#1 on this program or any radio program.
Oh, well. You mean not counting Sunday nights, of course.
Yes, counting Sunday nights or any nights. He's the funniest man in the country.
Well, that's open for discussion.
No, that's closed.
Well, I've just opened it. And it's going to stay open if we have to run into Bing Crosby's program. Of course, you may think that Morgan is comical just out of sentiment.
Sentiment?
Yeah, you know the old saying. People on the same program are thicker than water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, whether you think he's funny or not, did you hear the people laughing?
Yes, they were laughing. They're happy. Things are getting better everywhere. That's why.
Now, I'll tell you why they were laughing. They were laughing because Frank Morgan is very funny. Do you get it? Frank Morgan is funny.
What?
I said Frank Morgan is funny.
Well, you're just in a rut, that's all. You probably think Jeanette MacDonald has a better voice than Andy Devine. I've never heard of her.
Get me out of it. And now, friends, once more it's time for that friendly custom of ours on these programs. I mean, a visit to the old Maxwell House here on the lot for a steaming cup of Maxwell House coffee. And, Meredith, will we enjoy our coffee with the music that goes with it?
We now pause briefly for station identification.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Robert Taylor again, ladies and gentlemen, and we're continuing our good news of 1938.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the lovely lady who appeared opposite me in A Yank at Oxford, the picture we made in England last summer, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Maureen, it's swell to see you again. Won't you sit down a minute and listen to the music?
Well, Bob, I understood, that is, wasn't I to do a scene from A Yank at Oxford at this point?
Well, no, not right now. The drama comes a little later in the program.
Oh, that's strange. The gentleman in charge out there just told me to go right ahead now.
Gentleman in charge?
Yes. Mr. Burney.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, Jack. Oh, just a minute, Bob. I'm straightening out Wilson's music. Now, Meredith, I think that if you made that a dotted eighth note...
You think so?
Yeah, just lay it aside while I clear up this other matter. What is it, Bob?
Maureen O'Sullivan...
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Miss O'Sullivan, meet Robert Taylor.
I know Mr. Taylor very well.
Oh.
Now, listen here, Jack. I don't mind your giving suggestions, but when you start sending people out on the stage in the middle of the program and confusing everybody, that's going too far.
I should say it is. You told me you were running this program, Mr. Burney.
The name is Benny. Jello. Now, look, Bob. My plan was to have Mavourneen here.
The name is Maureen.
Maureen, come out and do a dramatic scene. You know, something to take the curse off of the first part of this show.
I think that's a good suggestion. I think that's a very good suggestion, Mr. Jello. After all, A Yank at Oxford is opening in the theaters all over the country in the next few days.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that, Miss Yank. Now, look,
all right, Benny, that's enough. I'm not going to stand here and have you tear our show down.
Now, Bob, don't get me wrong. I'm only trying to be helpful.
Helpful? You're ruining everything.
Mr. Benny, when do I do the scene?
I'll have it straightened out in just a minute. Now, look, Bob.
I won't look at anything. I started out with a good show tonight, and now where am I?
Well, don't get excited. I didn't say it was your fault that the show isn't good. Not entirely your fault. What do you think, Maureen?
Well, I don't know whose fault it is. When do I do the scene?
There isn't going to be any scene. Benny, you keep your nose out of this.
What, the whole thing? Look, Bob, if you didn't want me to tell you how to run the program, why did you send for me?
Who sent for you?
Well, of course. I didn't know they'd gone over your head. You know.
Who went over whose head?
Now, don't get acrobatic. You know how I happen to be here tonight, don't you?
No, I don't.
Do you two mind if I sit down?
No, not at all. Now, Bob, look, it was perfectly simple. I was walking along Hollywood Boulevard, minding my own business.
I can hardly believe that.
Well, I was walking along anyway. And who should I see a block or two away but the head of MGM's radio department, Louis K. Sidney.
Yeah, go on.
Of course, I had no intention of forcing myself onto your program, but after I caught up with Mr. Sidney, we passed the time of day. One thing led to another, and I saw where the conversation was going. So I came right out and I said, LK, I always called him that, LK, would you like me on the Maxwell House program Thursday?
Oh, you said that, huh?
Well, what else could I say? I didn't want to embarrass him. Of course, he was tickled to death.
He was, huh? What did he say?
Well, he was very enthusiastic. He said, Jack, why don't you give me a ring in a few weeks and we'll talk about it.
Yeah? Well?
Well, I forgot to call him, that's all. I had to come down. I couldn't let the fella down, you know.
Well, it's plain to see, Jack, you wished yourself on the program. And I know, because Mr. Sidney told me he didn't want you.
Oh, he did, eh? The big gossip.
You don't know what you're talking about, and I'm getting tired.
Well, why don't you do what millions of others are doing? Refresh yourself with a cup of Maxwell House.
Bob, do I understand that this gentleman has nothing to do with the show at all?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, he's been giving orders like a second lieutenant. He's had me waiting for 10 minutes out there.
What's the idea, Benny? Keeping Maureen O'Sullivan out there cooling her heels.
O'Sullivan heels. That's a pip. Now, that's what you need on this program. Oh, that's dynamite.
That's not funny, Jack.
Bob, he's got Jack Conway standing around there, too.
Mr. Benny, how much longer do I have to wait? Just a minute, Mr. Conway.
Jack Conway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who directed us in MGM's new picture, A Yank at Oxford. Jack, Maureen, I'm terribly sorry if you've come here under a misapprehension.
Oh, I don't mind, Bob. As a matter of fact, this is probably the best chance I'll ever have to pay a tribute to a man I've admired for a long time. He's one of the nicest people and the best directors in all entertainment world. Take a bow, Jack.
Well, thanks, Maureen. I really...
Sit down, Benny. She means Jack Conway.
Well, you've got to admit it was a natural mistake. 2 Jakes here. By the way, Mr. Conway, if I may make a suggestion, I don't want to butt in or anything, but if I had anything to do with directing that picture, I would certainly have gone to England for the locale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? We were in England for 3 months.
Well, then you should have made the picture while you were there.
We did.
Well, then I'm right. You see, Bob, how I'm helping your program? I don't know what you fellas want, anyway.
Well, I don't know what you want, Bob, but I'd like to have everybody know how proud I am of the Yank at Oxford. I think you, Maureen, and Lionel Barrymore gave wonderful performances. In fact, I'm proud and grateful to everyone in the cast, especially those fine English players who helped us so much. It was a pleasure to work with all of you. The Yank at Oxford is the first picture to come from MGM's new studio in England, and I'm happy that I was the director chosen to make it. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jack. There's nothing I can add to that. Thanks for coming up here, and thank you, too, Maureen. Jack, please go away, will you? Will you?
Oh, you're afraid you can't follow us, huh?
Play something, will you, Meredith? That was Meredith Wilson and his orchestra playing Cantai. We now present a drama especially written for this program by Dory Sherry entitled Epilogue to Love. The girl is played by Maureen O'Sullivan. Curtain, please, Ted.
So much has been written about love that sometimes we make the mistake of regarding it as a commonplace thing. Yet every day, love still inspires men and women to do noble and ignoble things, and they are reborn or destroyed. Now, Epilogue to Love. The scene is a a hallway leading to a large room. 2 men are walking to the room.
When we get to a room, I'll leave you alone. It'll be easier for you to talk.
All right, John. I don't know what to say to her.
Oh, you'll find the words. You see, Jim, she's so terribly depressed that I've taken this chance to get you here. It might save her. She has years of life ahead of her, if she wants it.
Is she badly hurt?
She's blind, Jim.
Blind?
Yes. That's why she doesn't want to live. But you can help her. You loved each other once. After you left, I think she married me on the rebound. Never has really loved me like I love her. If you can bring her back, I'll do the rest.
I'll try, John.
I know you will. Here we are. Mary.
Yes, John?
You have a visit? It's Jim Thomas.
Jim.
Hello, Mary.
I'll wait outside, Jim.
Jim. Say that again. Say, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Jim, darling.
You're as lovely as ever. Your hair is golden.
Jim, what awful thing took us apart?
Mary, let's talk of other things.
Yes. Other things, brighter things, perhaps, like... Oh, Jim, I can't see you. Do you know that I can't see you?
Let's not talk of that either.
When did you get back?
About 2 weeks ago.
I heard about you having been in that mine explosion. I was so frightened for you.
It was just a big scare. 2 scratches and a lost hat.
I was such a fool, Jim. I should have gone with you anywhere you said.
The part of the world I've been in is a man's world. Your life is here.
Life with no eyes. Oh, Jim, you don't know how terrible it is to be blind. To miss all the things that you take for granted. The early sun. The grey dusk. The light and shadows on a wall of books. The glistening of a window pane after a morning rain. The blue...
Here, you mustn't. You need every bit of courage, every bit of sanity.
But you don't know. There you are, darling, looking at me. Seeing the colors in the room. Perhaps the sun is streaming in. I can't see you or the sun. Nothing. It's a world of black.
Mary, dear, listen. You'll find compensation. I believe that people do. All the nastiness, all the ugliness in life is away from you. You'll discover a part of your mind and soul that you never knew. You still can read, hear, smell, feel all the beauty in the world.
You say that, Jim, because you don't know. What beauty can there be with no light, no color?
There are many people there without sight who have found a beauty beyond the knowing of people who can see. A greater beauty of companionship. The beauty of self-sufficiency. And they can read and enjoy the same things with their fingers that they could with their eyes. They can hear and enjoy the same music. And over the air, they can hear the same things that make other people laugh and cry and thrill.
This part of my life that was you is gone. Gone forever.
That was long ago. And it isn't much of a life running to the 4 corners of the globe. Even now, I'm planning to go away again, this time to the desert. Some more interesting bones to pick and place in the history of man.
What's going to become of John and me? He knows how I feel about you. Our love is a ghost that comes back to haunt him.
He adores you, Mary. He'll give you everything he can. You've got to live for him. And for your son.
Oh, did you see my boy?
Send him downstairs. Fine-looking kid. Your hair and coloring, but his daddy's physique.
He's going to be a doctor, he says. This morning he told me he's going to study hard. And someday he's going to fix his mommy's eyes.
You'll get a lot from him, Mary. That's a love most people would envy.
Strange to think that someone could envy a blind person anything.
I'm sure they do. I knew a man once who saw his son fall off a cliff to a crushing, horrible kind of death. He wanted to tear his eyes out. He'd have done anything to wipe that vision from his mind.
You always were a practical soul, Jim. You could convince me of anything. Even now, for the first time in months, I'm beginning to feel alive again. I even smell the flowers in the room. What kind are they?
Ugly-looking blossoms. You see, you're getting a beauty I can't enjoy. I can't enjoy the scent nearly as much as you do because I see what they really are.
Oh, they're probably gorgeous red roses.
They are not.
Oh, Jim.
They are. Have to be getting along now. I'll come back soon. But promise me, no more nonsense about yourself. You're going to get on, get well. You've got to.
Jim, darling, once I thought you'd taken everything from me. But today, coming here, you've given it all back. I'm so grateful.
I'm going to remember you as you are right now. Your face full of new hope. The sun glistening on your hair. Please, Mary, keep that way.
I promise.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Jim. That's odd, isn't it, Jim? We opened a chapter today with you so simply saying, "Hello, Mary." And now it's closed with a simple, "Goodbye, Mary."
I hope it's a new chapter for you. Goodbye, Mary.
God bless you, Jim. You've done it.
Tell me, was the sun streaming on her hair?
It was.
Good guess. Remember your promise, John. She must never know that explosion left me blind.
She never will, Jim.
Before, 'tis a kind of a grind of depression. My heart's acting strangely, it feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression. My pulse is beating madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm turning ill slowly. I'm gay without cause. Without cause, my spirits are truly unruly. Oh, I'm falling with someone again. I'm falling in love with someone.
Friends, that was Alan Jones who just sang Victor Herbert's Falling in Love with Someone. And now I want to take long enough to explain again just why it is when you make drip coffee, you need a special grind of coffee to fit that particular method of coffee making. Now, I'm going to do it by means of a little quiz. Now, when you make coffee by the percolator or boiled method, the water is in pretty constant contact with the coffee, isn't it?
Yes, in a percolator or coffee pot, the water is in contact with the coffee constantly. Not once, but many times.
Right. So there's plenty of time for the water to extract all the flavor of the coffee. But now, when you use the drip method, with drip pot or glass coffee maker.
Well, when you make coffee correctly in a drip pot or glass coffee maker, the water passes through the coffee only once.
Right again. Do you realize what that means?
Well, I should say the coffee used in the drip method must therefore be ground finer, so that all the flavor and goodness of the coffee is extracted quickly.
Exactly. And for that reason, because we know that the same grind cannot be expected to give the best cup of coffee by coffee-making methods so different in principle, we offer Maxwell House in a separate grind that is always just right for each method. The regular grind Maxwell House for percolator or boiled coffee, the special drip grind for glass coffee maker or drip pot. Yes, that's one of the secrets of making better coffee every time. Buy the right grind of Maxwell House for your particular method of coffee making. Then you'll be sure to make coffee that's rich and mellow, full-bodied, unvarying in flavor, coffee that's always good to the last drop. And don't forget, you can now buy Maxwell House coffee everywhere, packed not only in the 1-pound can, but in 2-pound cans as well. You'll find increased convenience and added economy in buying the 2-pound can.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Bob.
Yes, what is it, Meredith?
You won't have to worry about Jack Benny anymore. I got rid of him, but good.
You did? But how?
Well, he wanted to meet Myrna Loy, so I sent him over to the little dressing room in the corner of stage 30.
But that's Fanny Bryce's dressing room.
You're telling me.
I saw you last night, and I'm in the mood, fellow. Oh, Mozette.
Yes, Miss Bryce?
Tonight I'm expecting nobody. I'm strictly relaxing. One must rest the bones, ain't it? Quick, Mozette, the door. Ask the name first. If it's a man, ask the name later.
Oh, Miss Loy. Oh, Myrna.
Well, blow me down and shiver my timbers if it ain't Jack Benny.
Well, either I'm in the wrong dressing room or Miss Loy has been seeing too much of Schlepperman. Pardon me, I thought this was Myrna Loy's dressing room.
But what she got that I ain't got?
Well, she...
Don't tell me. Won't you sit down, I hope?
Look, I'll be back later. I must see Myrna Loy before she gets away. I want her for my leading lady in my next picture. I imagine she'll be quite thrilled.
Why not? I saw you in your last picture, artist and models, and now you are Casanova. Vive la France!
Well, yeah, I thought I was at my best in that picture.
Was that your best?
Well, I might have sliced a little.
A little tight.
Look, yes, thank you. But look at Bob Taylor. Look. Bob Taylor gave me a couple of pointers last Sunday, which didn't hurt any.
Now you're talking my language. You know, Mr. Benny, it's a very peculiar thing, but you appeal to me. I've got here a scene for my next picture. Would you mind running over with me a few lines?
No, look, later. Not now.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, wait a minute. After all, that's what I'm here for, to help everybody. Jack Pollyanna Benny.
Yeah.
Besides, the practice will do me good.
Wouldn't hurt me neither. Now, in this scene, you play the part of D'Artagnan, one of the 3 Musketeers. You know, all for 1 and 3 for 5.
Well, I like that, I think. That'll be... What part do you play?
I am your sweetheart, a ravishing, beautiful queen of Italy.
You look more like Dolores Del Schmutz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very comical.
Now, look.
You're sweetly tender. Go on, Kitty.
Now, look, Schlep. Or Fanny, look. D'Artagnan's queen was the Queen of France.
France, Italy. What's the difference so long as she's a citizen? Go ahead, read the first line.
The first line?
Yeah.
Right from here. Just the way it's written.
Yeah, that's good.
I can't read backwards very well. I can't. Well, you know what Alan said once?
What?
Anything we make up will be funnier than this.
You're telling me.
All right, right from this line, huh?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
My queen. My queen. Come fly with me.
Come fly with you. I'm of royal blood, not pigeon.
Do not say that! Remember, you loved me when I won the Battle of Orange.
Now you got 5 to go.
5 like to go.
Yes.
Strawberry. Oh, yes. See, Don Wilson will love you for that.
You think so?
Yeah.
And now comes the big love scene. You crush me in your arms like a little pushy willow. And then, come on, take me in your arms. Mary's up. It's okay.
Huh?
Mary's not looking.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, how?
How, yes. Look, first you put your arms around me. One arm, like this.
If Fred Allen is listening, I'll die.
Then you put the other arm around me like this.
Like this?
Like that. Now you're holding me close. Closer. I can still breathe. Now look me in the eye.
Which one?
The good one. This is no time for technicalities. Now you got your two arms around me.
Well, what do I do next?
Send for Phil Harris.
Fine thing. I'm going to look for Myrna Law.
And now we come to the MGM Concert Hall. Meredith, what have we for the concert hall tonight? Or has Jack Benny canceled it altogether?
No, Bob. He decided to let it stand approximately as we had it. We're continuing with famous melodies that everyone knows and loves. And tonight's selection is Fosselli's Serenade.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week we'll have another nice program, as Jack Benny calls it.
Yes, if you'll just follow my instructions.
Quiet, Jack. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear Louise Reiner, Warren William, Melvin Douglas, Virginia Bruce, Connie Boswell, Douglas McPhail, plus the Good News regulars, Frank Morgan and Fanny Bryce. Your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. So be sure you'll listen in again next Thursday. And in the meantime, go to the movies and enjoy yourself. Well, Jack, it was grand having you here. Really our privilege.
Well, I hope I've helped you.
Yes, I think it was smart of us to ignore you, don't you?
That was the last insult on the 16th program of the Good News of 1938 series. And I will be back on my own program next Sunday where I'm loved. Good night, Bob. Good night, folks. The last time I'll ever come over to help anybody. Believe me.
Always and Always is from the Joan Crawford Spencer Tracy picture Mannequin. Thanks for the Memory is from the big broadcast of 1938. This is Ted Pearson saying good night and good luck for the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes, and the smell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Feudin' and a Fightin'.
Feudin' and fussin' and a fightin'. Sometimes it gets to be exciting. Don't like them ornery neighbors down by the creek. We'll be plumb out of neighbors next week. Grandma, poor old Grandma, why they have to shoot poor Grandma? She lies neath the clover. Someone caught her bending over, picking up a daisy, feudin' and fussin' and a fightin'.
Pick up my heart, I love you.
This is the wrong that needs a rightin'. Let's get that funeral service over, so then we can start in a feudin' again. You must remember this, a kiss is just a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh as time goes by. Daughter, baby daughter, she poisoned all the neighbors' chickens. Now daughter had an order, least till she could run like the dickens. They hit her with a shovel, feudin' and fightin' and a fussin'. No use of standing here a cussin'. Let's give our daughter a pistol now that she's 4 and go feudin' and fightin' some more. Well, what do you know?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate's instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, they say truth is stranger than fiction. But maybe you better hold on to your hats for this one. Our own Dennis Day has been offered a job on the staff of the Weaverville Daily Bugle and to write, of all things, the society column. Well, the news has spread like wildfire. Even now, the Bugle switchboard is swamped with calls from people wishing to verify the rumor and cancel their subscriptions. And how did it all happen? Well, that's what our young hero's girlfriend Mildred would like to know, too.
Oh, golly, Dennis, it's just marvelous. But why should these people give an important job like that to you?
Why?
Well, sure, they don't know anything about you.
I know, but for once, that isn't the correct explanation.
Well, what is then?
Well, for weeks now, I've been sending in little squibs for their gossip columns, hoping someday to land a job.
Squibs? What kind of squibs?
Oh, little items that would shock and fascinate people, like who saw which film starlet at what nightclub recently with which other film star's what.
And they printed that?
Sure, names make news, you know.
Yes, I can see that.
And then, of course, there's my smear campaign. Every columnist has to have one of those.
Smear campaign?
Sure. I say, watch this column for the name of a movie actress who's had only one husband.
And then you print her name?
Well, we will. We're waiting for one to turn up.
And it's items like that got you the society editor's job?
Yep. The man who has the job is quitting, and they're going to let me try it for a while. And I know I can make good.
Oh, I do too, Dennis. Golly, you'll be mingling in high society. And just think what this job can mean for the two of us.
Well, Mildred, it's true that the society is high, but the salary is kind of slummy.
But surely they'll pay you more than Mr. Willoughby does.
Oh, sure. Nothing is that slummy.
Well, that's wonderful, then. And the prestige of it. You're going to be an important personage in this town.
Yeah.
People are going to recognize you at last.
Yeah.
And respect you.
Yeah?
Oh, certainly. Even my mother will respect you.
Oh, girl, come now. Let's not be flighty.
Dennis, think of the power you'll have over her. Mother'd do anything to get into a society column.
Gee, I never thought of that.
Of course. This is your chance to assert yourself, to stand up to her, to tell her off good.
Yeah, and have I got a few things to say to her? Boy, how I wish I could see her face when I do.
Well, why can't you?
I'm not that crazy. I'm going to write her a note.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to do this in person.
In person? Mildred.
Dennis, I tell you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mother must have heard about your new job by now, and I'll bet her attitude toward you has changed completely.
Well, are you sure? Gee, if you...
Dennis, you darling boy. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, looks like.
Good morning, Mother, Daddy.
Good morning, children. Dennis, is it true about you that you're to become society editor of the Bugle?
Yep, I start Monday morning.
Oh, how wonderful. You'll be one of the most important men in Weaverville, Dennis.
You ain't just wiggling your plates, kiddo. There's going to be a few changes around here.
Changes, dear boy?
You heard me. You've been yelling and screaming at me and kicking me around long enough. I'm sick and tired of being treated like one of the family.
Why, Dennis.
From now on, I want heat in my room, see? And I want the sheets of my bed changed regularly.
I change them every week, Dennis.
I know you do, but from now on, put on clean ones.
Of course, son.
Just remember, I'm a society editor. I write what I like about anybody I please.
Yes, I know.
That reminds me, I think my shoes are a little muddy.
Oh, could I shine them for you, Dennis? Could I, please?
You catch on quick. Hop to it, Puffy.
Oh, this very moment. Come along, Herbert.
Take it easy. I'll go when I feel like it.
Herbert, may I remind you that while Dennis's status has changed, yours is still the same.
Coming, lover girl.
Oh, Dennis, you were wonderful. Didn't I tell you could stand up to her and assert yourself?
Yeah, and she took it without a quiver. I think I broke her spirit.
I know. And some of the things you said.
Oh, that was nothing, my girl. Just wait till I start operating on Mr. Willoughby.
Your boss, too?
He's practically my ex-boss right now. This little ex-worm is going to turn all over him.
Well, it's about time, Dennis. Do you realize you're 10 minutes late?
Shut up!
What did you say?
You heard me, egghead.
Egghead?
That's right. For almost 2 years now, it's been Dennis, watch the soda fountain. Dennis, mop the floor. Dennis, do this. Dennis, do that. Work. 16 hours a day.
Now, look here.
The only difference between me and Uncle Tom was that he had a cabin.
Dennis, you listen to me.
Save it, Wendy. I just dropped in here to tell you that I'm through with this sweatshop. Mildred's outside waiting for me right now.
Well, that's fine with me. Now get out and take your silly telegram with you.
Telegram? What telegram?
Here, they phoned it in. I wrote it down.
Let's see. Please disregard our appointment. Present society editor not leaving at all. Have nothing else for you at the moment. Are you sure you got this right, sir?
Yes. I don't know what it means, but it was addressed to you.
It means I love you, Mr. Willoughby.
Huh?
Adore you, worship you. Can't live without you, not at the moment.
Oh. So now you want your job back, huh?
Oh, I've always spoken of this store as my second home, Mr. Willoughby.
You just call it a sweatshop.
My home gets overheated now and then, too.
You also said a few things about me personally. Some very nasty things, Dennis.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, precious. I always speak of you in the most complimentary terms.
You compared my head to an egg. You call that a compliment?
Oh, yes, sir. Have you priced eggs recently?
I don't care to discuss it any further, Dennis.
But think of the way I've done my job here, Mr. Willoughby. You'll never get another boy like me.
That's true. I'd have to be awfully careless. I'll do what I can to help you find another job, but you're through here. Now go.
Yes, sir.
Well, Dennis, did you tell him where to get off?
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter?
I couldn't persuade him to get back on again.
What are you talking about?
Well, I got a wire from the paper. The society editor isn't quitting after all, so there's no job for me.
Oh, my gosh.
You said it. And how about your mother? After the way I talked to her, I have a feeling she isn't going to leave me with any...
Any what?
Feeling.
Dear, if that darn society editor hadn't changed his mind about leaving, everything would have... Wait a minute.
Something?
Yes. Suppose he did quit. Suppose some big owner of a newspaper chain offered him a better job. He'd pack up and leave, wouldn't he?
Yeah. What's my name and how many papers do I publish?
Good boy. You're getting much quicker than you used to be.
Gee, look, he's got a private office. H. Austin Peterson, society editor. Do you really think he'll go for the story of me being a big publisher?
Well, he will if you're careful. Just keep your ears open. And if I think you might be making a mistake of some kind, I'll sort of clear my throat, okay?
Yeah, that's a swell idea.
Good. Now, remember, I'm your secretary. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Yes?
Mr. Peterson, I'm a man of few words. How would you like to work for me? Twice the salary you get here.
Why, who are you?
I'm a very wealthy newspaper publisher from Kansas City,
Kansas City? Well, imagine that. That's my hometown.
You're telling me and I had the whole country to pick from, too.
Well, what do you know? So you're from Kansas City?
Yes. Kansas City, New Jersey, of course.
Oh, New Jersey. I don't believe I ever heard of that one.
Good. Well, as I say, Mr. I want you. You're a fine newspaper man, every inch of you.
Well, thank you, sir. I've tried to give my best for the Fourth Estate.
Good boy. Of course, I'm working on my fifth already. Oh, really? I thought I was going pretty good there. Well, anyway, there's my proposition, Mr. Peterson. You see, I know newspapermen. Started at the bottom myself in a newspaper office with $20 a week.
City desk?
No, as I recall, the newspaper owned it.
Is there something the matter with the young lady's throat?
My secretary? Oh, she just has a little cold.
Now, you'd better stop talking before she gets pneumonia.
Oh, Mr. Day's a little eccentric, like all geniuses, Mr. Peterson, but I assure you he's a splendid newspaper publisher.
You bet. Take an editorial, Miss Anderson.
You mean now?
Sure, I got a great idea to build up circulation. We're going to lampoon some big public figure. Call up Winchell and the other boys and see who isn't taken.
I think this has gone far enough. All right, friends, what's the game?
Game? Why, there's no game.
Oh, it's no use, Dennis. He's on to us.
Dennis, eh? Dennis Day. I thought that name was familiar. You're the little man who was after my job.
Oh, no, sir. I just thought as long as you were quitting.
I didn't quit. They fired me. Only I don't stay fired very long. I know where too many bodies are buried in this town. That's how I make my living, friend, from people who don't want certain stories in the paper.
Gee, you mean you aren't wholesome?
So what? Now beat it, both of you.
But isn't there any way for Dennis to get some kind of a job on that paper? Maybe a reporter's job.
Let him do what I did. Come up with a scoop, an exclusive. They hired me to get the story I had.
Gee, there's only one way I could do that, Mildred. Go home and tell your mother I'm not going to be a society columnist. I can see the headline now.
What?
Day draws to a close.
We'll continue this rather harrowing day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Don't You Love Me Anymore.
Lately, whenever you hold me, you don't hold me tight. Don't you love me anymore? Lately, I have to remind you good night. Don't you love me anymore? I remember when I used to thrill you to the sky. Now I notice when we kiss, you don't even close your eyes. Maybe I'm just being silly to feel like I do. Am I the one that you adore, or don't you love me anymore?
Well, it looks like our hero's newspaper job has gone a-glimmering, and so, beaten, he's made his sad way back to Willoughby's store to get his things, knowing full well as he steps through the back door that nothing newsworthy ever happens in Weaverville. Say, wait a minute. Who are these two suspicious-looking characters hanging around the front of the store?
Okay, Sam, I got the door right where I want it. You sure you seen this Willoughby go out now? These daylight hoists make me nervous.
Ah, there ain't a soul here, I tell you. You stay here and watch the door. I'll take care of the cash register.
Make it fast, Monk.
Take it easy. I'll have everything.
Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you?
Stand where you are, cousin.
Oh, are we related?
No, cousin, but you're about to treat me like one of the family anyway. Do you know what I got in my hand?
How could I? It's in your pocket. Hey, wait a minute. You just gave me a great idea. Just suppose you had a gun in that pocket. Suppose you had come in here to rob this store. Of course, it's ridiculous.
Huh?
Oh, please don't be insulted.
Au contraire. I'm fascinated.
Look, would you do me a favor? A favor that means everything to me? I need a news story badly. Would you pretend to hold up this store?
Pretend to hold up the store?
Sure. Walk out with the safe and the cash register. Oh, I know what you're thinking, that my mind is beginning to wander.
Oh, who cares? It's fun following it.
Well, would you do it for me? Take the stuff up to your house or someplace for a day or two. My boss won't mind. He's promised to help me. And it'll make a marvelous story, don't you think so?
Oh, I just know I'm going to tell it to my kids. Okay, pal, you got a deal.
Oh, bless you.
Sam, forget the door and come here. This kid wants we should take all the stuff out of this store and hide it in our house for him.
Monk, you promised me you wasn't going to touch the stuff while you was working.
This is on the level, Sam. That's what the kid wants us to do. It's a sort of a game.
That's right, sir.
Say, might be jolly good sport at that, huh? Let's play.
Swell. You two grab the safe and carry it out to your car, and I'll take the cash register.
Right. Let's go with the safe, Monk.
Okay.
Follow me, boys.
Steady now.
Yeah, there we go. Say, pal, you don't know any other places where we could play this game, huh?
No, I'm afraid not.
Too bad. I was kind of hoping it was a trend.
Hey, wait a minute. A series of robberies. That would be even a bigger story. Oh, but you've sacrificed enough of your time already. I wouldn't dare ask any more.
Go on, dare.
Well, if you'll be over at the Anderson House, 312 Elm Street, about 8, we'll clean that out, too.
Keep the silverware polished, pal. We'll be there. Come on, Monk.
Thanks a million, fellas. So long. Gee, what a story this'll make. You see, Dennis, when you need a great idea, it comes right out of your own little head. You don't have to go...
Dennis, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just came back to get my things, Mr. Willoughby.
Do you know those two men who just drove off?
Oh, sure. They're very good friends of mine.
Oh, good. Shows you what imagination can do. They look to me just like the two crooks in the circular we got.
In a circular?
Yeah, you know, from the police. They're supposed to be in the town, so... Dennis, what's the matter with you? Your face is turning blue.
Yes, sir. It may never be any other shade from now on.
Oh, no, Dennis.
Yeah.
Oh, my soul and body. What did Mr. Willoughby say when he found out?
Nothing. He just stood there cracking his knuckles.
Is that all?
It was enough. He was cracking them against my skull.
Oh, golly.
All the same, his indifference to me has ripened into hatred.
Darn it all. Why couldn't something like that happen to that blackmailing Austin Peterson instead of you? If he made a blunder like that, they'd fire him and... Say.
Wow, what an idea.
Huh? What is it?
How do I know? I don't explain him. I just see him coming.
It's this, Dan. If he turned in a fake story and got shown up, he'd be through.
Yes, I guess he would.
Right. Now, let's see. What kind of a story would a man like that be interested in? I've got it. Ever hear of a love nest?
You bet. It's a candy bar.
I'm talking about a secret rendezvous, a lover's hideaway.
Oh, that stuff.
Yes. Now, listen. You get Mr. Peterson on the phone and tell him you're sorry for what you did to him this afternoon. And you want to make amends by tipping him off to a great story. When he hears it's a love nest, he'll come hot putting it over here and we'll have
Hey, if you're not on the level this time.
Of course I am. Here, you can see them through the window. See, she's holding hands with a Cuban boyfriend. Didn't I tell you?
Wait a minute. That's the dame who was with you this morning, your secretary.
I know, but in private life, she's my wife. Come on, I've been after that Latin gigolo of hers for a long time.
Hey, wait. Put away that gun.
Don't be silly. Let's go.
Aha! So, I've caught you two at last.
Oh, Dennis.
Caramba, it is your husband, Chiquita Cortez.
For this, Gonzales. Now you must die.
Oh, no, Dennis.
Spare me, senor. Do not shoot me down like some low hot.
This is it, Gonzales. Die. This is it, Gonzales. Die. This is it, Gonzales. Die. Gonzales, you shall die as you've lived, by the knife.
Whoever said vaudeville was dead.
Take that, Gonzales.
Oh.
Dennis, he's dying. What have you done?
Killed him, wouldn't you say?
You would, huh?
See. Do you not see the blood on the shirt front?
Yes. I can even see the chopped olives and onions in it. Heinz's, isn't it?
No, it's his. That's what makes Spanish blood so hot.
What kind of a chump you take me for, Day? This is... Hiya, pal.
Here we are, friend, right on a dot of 8.
Oh, my gosh, the two crooks.
Sure, you invited us to... Sam, he's got a gun.
Dennis, quick, point it at them.
Huh? Oh, yeah, all right, you two. Stick 'em out or stick 'em down or stick 'em where you're supposed to stick 'em.
How do you like that? Crap.
Hold them, Dennis. I'll call the police.
All right, keep 'em up, you.
Boy, you really pour it on, don't you, Dave?
But this is no fake. These two are wanted by the police, and I've captured them single-handed.
Yeah, and when you get them downtown, I'll bet one of them turns out to be Judge Crater. Well, so long, kid.
Wait, Mr. Peterson. This is the biggest story you ever had. Gee whiz.
There'll be a prowl car here in 2 minutes. Well, where's Mr. Peterson?
He left without the story.
Wonderful. Now it's your story. I'll bet you can sell it for $100.
Yeah, and you'll be the biggest hero in town. Mr. Willoughby will give you your job back in a minute.
Gee, I lead an unpredictable life, huh?
Look,
Now,
kid.
don't you move either, you guys, or I'll let you have it with this gun. Oh, that's right. I forgot it isn't... Oops, what I nearly said.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing How Soon. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new 3-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, Dennis returns to our microphone to sing How Soon.
How soon will I be seeing you? How soon I wish I really knew. And when will you be saying words I want to hear? Tender little love words, story old, meaning clear. How soon will I be close to you and dance the way we used to do? I see your star eyes gleaming. Don't mind me if I'm dreaming. Tell me, darling, now how soon? How soon will I be close to you and dance the way we used to do? I see your star eyes gleaming. Don't mind me if I'm dreaming. Tell me, darling, now how soon?
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Presidents of colleges normally spend their days coping with complexities which would unseat the reason of lesser men. But Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy College, is able to maintain his serenity because number one faculty row is a little oasis of peace and sanity, well tended by his delightful wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, from which and whom he's loath to depart each morning, as evidenced by his usual prolonged breakfast.
Give me another large cup of coffee, will you please, Vicky? Or as large an amount as you can get into this little cup.
You Johnny, you've had 3 cups, and I don't think...
Well, I would hardly refer to 3 fillings of these eggshells as 3 cups of coffee, my darling. Mm-hmm. Well, let us say I've had a cup of coffee divided like gall into 3 parts. I have a theory that cups like these were designed by the same vicious little man who distributes soap to hotel rooms. Probably the same tight-fisted misanthropist who got run out of Detroit for putting those tiny rear windows in convertible cars.
Probably, dear. But 3 cups of coffee for a man...
I don't remember where we got these cups, but I have a feeling that you brought them to me in your hope chest.
Well, as a matter of fact, you gave me this set years ago for a
They
Christmas
were little
present.
keepsakes, no doubt, from your childhood set of... I did?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know then how much I would enjoy sitting at breakfast with you, my love. Oh, what wonderful coffee you were capable of brewing.
Yeah, likely story, yes, I know.
Now, may I have some more, please?
Now, you don't really want any more coffee. You just want to postpone going to the office. What's the matter? Have you got problems today?
Yes, I meet with the financial committee, which appears to be suffering from psychosomatic color blindness. They say we're in the red when the balance sheet is as blue as the lakes of Killarney.
Have you ever seen the lakes of Killarney?
Well, no.
Well, I thought not. All the time I was there, it was raining buckets, and the blue lakes of Killarney were a pale black.
Did you by any chance do Sweet Sorrow in Ireland?
Oh, yes. Looking back on it, I think I've played Sweet Sorrow everywhere but on top of Mount Everest.
And here at Ivy.
Well, yes, and if the Ivy Dramatic Club ever asked me to... what are you getting at?
Well, then I take it you haven't seen the current Ivy Bulletin. The Dramatic Club is going to do Sweet Sorrow.
No, really? What did the bulletin say?
Well, as far as I can remember, it said, for its first production of the academic year, the Ivy Athenaeum players will present the historic English romantic drama Sweet Sorrow. Of special interest to Ivy is the fact that it was this vehicle which brought Victoria Cromwell, the present wife of President Hall, who loves her devotedly, to unquestioned stardom in the British theatre.
What did they mean, the present wife of President Hall?
I can't think of a better word or a nicer present.
Well, it makes me sound frightfully temporary.
I will go to any lengths, my love, to make it permanent.
But, Totty, won't it be fun to see Sweet Sorrow here at Ivy, bad as it was as a play?
Oh, I didn't think it was a bad play at all. I thought it was charming. I will admit, however, that your presence on the stage had a tendency to dull my critical judgment. I sat there scowling at the program rattlers, muttering at the latecomers, and beaming fatuously at the more appreciative members.
How about between the acts? What did you do then?
Oh, I don't know, darling. When you were off stage, my mind went with you.
Oh.
Incidentally, in Sweet Sorrow, what was the name of the leading man?
Cyril Ashford.
Ah, yes, Cyril, yes. C-Y-R-I-L. Lyric, spelled backward. Wrong. Yes. Cyril, the backward lyric. A human palindrome.
Well, it's nice to hear Cyril spoken of as human, but I've never heard him called a palindrome, whatever that is. And what is it?
Well, it's a sort of a backward lyric. Well, a word, verse, or sentence which reads the same forward or backward.
Oh, yes. You mean like, Madam, I'm Adam.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Or the well-known Napoleonic lament, able was I ere I saw Elba. Now, maybe I could make a palindrome of Cyril.
No, wait a minute.
Let me see.
I'm still trying to do the other one. Able was I.
Was. Yeah, no evil Cyril. Yeah, now reverse it. Lyric, live on.
Oh, no.
Why am I wasting all this time on Cyril?
I don't know. I gather you didn't care for him.
Oh, my darling, as a theatrical critic, I am a George G. Nothing. Coin an absurdity, but even in my limited understanding of acting, I thought Mr. Ashford overplayed quite dreadfully. Or am I wrong?
No. Cyril is such a scenery chewer. He's on his fourth set of teeth. But he's a pleasant, harmless... I'll answer it. Dr. Hall's residence?
Mrs. Hall?
Yes?
This is Ellen Kirby. I'm sorry to call you so early.
Well, that's all right, Ellen. What's up this morning, besides us?
Have you read the Bull this morning?
Oh, you mean about Sweet Sorrow?
Yes. Do you mind?
Mind? Oh, good heavens, I should say not. I think it's splendid.
We're putting a big thing in the program about you.
Oh, I better edit that.
And we're having a competition to select a girl to play your part. Will you judge the contest?
Well, I'd love it. Absolutely love it.
Oh, that's wonderful. But we wondered if you'd do one more thing for us.
Oh, I'll do anything but sell tickets, Ellen. With my arithmetic, that way lies bankruptcy.
We thought we might bring the contestants over to your house. And if you wouldn't mind reading your favorite scene, it would help them so much.
Oh, well, I don't think I should influence them. My favorite scene, It would be the second act curtain, of course. No, I don't think I should.
Oh, please, Mrs. Hall.
Well, wait a minute, Ellen. William?
Yes, my dear?
What time will you be home this afternoon?
Oh, I imagine you'll see me tottering up the walk with my lunch bucket and toolbox about 5.
About 5 o'clock? Well, fine. Can you come over around 3, Ellen?
Wonderful. You're a lamb. We'll be there. Bye.
Goodbye.
Why?
Why, what?
Well, why did you ask me when I'd be home?
Oh, well, first, because I shall miss you.
Oh, very nice.
And second, so I know when to have dinner. And third, because the house will be full of actresses to whom I happen to know you are irresistible.
Don't you have them, Mel?
Yes.
Well, okay, yeah. We bought plenty of copies of the play, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, yes. Those are the printed copies, aren't they? The published ones.
Yes. We got them from the Samuel French Library.
Yes. I've never seen those before.
What scene would you like to do for us?
Oh, there's only one for me. It's at the end of the second act where the two lovers are torn apart, never to see each other again, and I love playing that scene. We used to say it was the only known cure for the common cold. Nobody coughed for 25 minutes.
Two lovers? Oh, brother, I forgot that.
What?
We need a lover, and I forgot to bring a fella. What are we going to do for a man?
Vicky! Oh, Vicky!
Well, there's a fella. He's not supposed to be home yet, either.
Hello, darling. I'm afraid I'm interrupting.
Hello, Dr. Hall. Now, William, are you a quick study?
Well, in the matter of the orations of Plato, I remember committing to memory no less than 40 pages in a matter of less than 10 days. Homer's Odyssey took slightly longer, due to certain peculiar rhetorical structure.
Oh.
Then in the Anabasis, which was very small type...
Yeah, but I think that's enough, darling. Yeah, you're a quick study. All right, Ellen, here's the lover. Personally recommended.
Dr. Hall?
Well, just a moment. I don't
Now,
think I can...
William, dear, this is all in the interest of Ivy. Therefore, it's your duty. Now, have you met these girls? This is Ellen Kirby, Virginia Matthews, Alice Reiner, Eva Kiefer.
How do you do?
Now, they're competing for the lead in Sweet Sorrow, and they want me to read them a scene to get them started on their interpretation.
Splendid. Good luck with it.
Yeah, you'll play Cyril's part.
I will not play Cyril's part. Ladies, you must understand I am not an actor. It is not part of my training, except for a certain professional insincerity occasionally necessary when pleading a worthy cause before the Board of Governors. No. I'm sorry. History, yes, but histrionics, no. Those I leave in the capable hands of my highly experienced wife. I would feel like I had married Florence Nightingale and was advising her on how to shake a thermometer.
No, but you're not advising us, dear. You're simply supporting one of those worthy causes. Here, now take a script, William.
No.
See, yes, it's on. Now, let me see. Let's start on page 48.
Oh, really, Victoria, this is...
Please, Dr. Hall.
Oh,
yes.
please.
We won't be critical. It's Mrs. Hall's part we want to hear.
Well, very well.
Good.
I submit in the face of superior numbers. Also, I am outnumbered by some very superior faces. But I warn you, this may well set the theater back to Euripides.
Well, now, you start, William. Second page, top of the page, 48.
Listen to me, Helen. It is time for us to take off our masks. The music has stopped. The ball is over. This must be the end of pretense. From this moment, there must be nothing between us but honesty.
But, Walter...
You must know that until I met you, my life was mere existence. I was a vegetable, growing forever deeper into the earth of my own solitude, getting bigger but not growing, a little blob of suspended animation, unwarmed by love and unaware of a bright sun somewhere beyond my ken.
Walter,
I have loved you from the moment I first saw you. Moment, do I say? Could a moment last as long as this? Could one moment be so crowded with memories of you? The fragrance of your hair, the music of your voice, the myriad tiny trivia which together conspire to light an empty room or fill the quiet night with melody.
But, Walter...
And with that filled as it was with an ocean of love, mountains of hope, and flowered valleys echoing with the words we had spoken in that same moment, I started to live a lie. to let you know that the man you knew was a man who did not exist, an automaton, in a shadow play.
But, Walter!
This, then, was the sublime peak of my new existence and the grim depth of my despair. How could I gamble with your happiness, knowing the dice were loaded?
Walter, will you please?
So, my dearest, it is over. We must never meet again, either in this lovely life which held so great a promise, or in that hereafter where is held aloft the sword of final judgment. You see, Helen, I am not the Walter you knew. I'm William Toddander Hall, holding a script torn off at the bottom, and will simply tell me, please, what to do.
I think you've done it.
Dr. Hall. I've never heard anything so beautiful in my life.
Well, thank you, Helen. I hope it will be helpful in the interpretation of the part of Helen.
Yeah. Part of Helen, I'm sure it will, yes.
Didn't you ever want to be an actor, Dr. Hall? Your voice.
Oh, well.
Oh, it sends cold chills up and down my spine.
Yeah, I did mine, too, although I doubt for the same reason. Ellen?
Yes, Mrs. Hall?
Now, look, you girls run along now. You get a hot water bottle for the cold chills. And start working on the first act. Now, I may have some suggestions a little later about the one we've just read.
Fine. We'll let you know when the contest is going to be. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall. And Dr. Hall. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, girls. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. William.
Yes, my dear.
You read that scene beautifully.
Oh, well, first reading, you know, but thank you, Vicky. From you, that's a real compliment.
That's not the way we played the scene.
Oh, isn't it? I thought it played very well.
Yeah, oh, yes, it is. But as I remember, we made some minor changes in rehearsal. I have my manuscript in my trunk in the attic. My own manuscript.
Oh, let me go up and get it for you.
No, thank you, darling. It's all right. It's good for me. I want to reduce.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find number 1 faculty row peculiarly silent. The hush is broken only by Mrs. Hall turning the pages of a script and a slight tapping as Dr. Hall knocks the unsmokable residue from a favorite pipe.
Oh, scared me.
Now, be brave, darling. I'll get it. Dr. Hall speaking.
Hello, Dr. Hall. May I speak to Mrs. Hall? This is Ellen.
Ellen? Ellen who? Oh, Ellen. Yes, just a moment. For you, Vicky.
Well, thank you, Toddy. Hello, Ellen.
Mrs. Hall?
Yes. Have you decided who's going to play the part?
Not yet. We wondered if we could have another session at your house.
Well, why another session, Ellen? What's it for?
Well, I want to bring some boys over.
Boys?
Yes. We're sort of changing the contest around.
Well, don't tell me you're having a competition for the male lead, too.
Well, after we read it with you, we had a meeting and decided we'd better. So if you and Dr. Hall wouldn't mind reading that scene just once more...
Well, I'd be glad to go over the script with you, but the part of Helen is the big problem, isn't it?
Well, not really, Mrs. Hall. We figured anyone could play that.
You did, yeah.
We switched the competition to the tough part.
The tough part, yeah, I see. Well, of course, Ellen, by all means, come over with the boys. But don't bother to bring the scripts. We'll use my original from the play.
Oh, that's terrific. Yes. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall. You are a lamb. Bye.
Goodbye, Ellen. Well, work to do.
Housework?
No, rehearsing. The show must go on, if you'll forgive the corny old cliché.
I'll forgive you anything.
No.
But the show must go on isn't corny, according to my definition. The show must go on because when a ticket is sold, a contract is made. When a patron's money is accepted, it's the responsibility of an actor to give his best as his part of the bargain, regardless of personal grief or distraction. So, when you say the show must go on, say it bravely and without shame. You are merely recognizing the function of a ticket stub as a promissory note payable in performance. Now, in the Elizabethan theater, we find that the actors of the period...
Mrs. Hall, Dr. Hall, this is Spider Kenny.
How do you do?
Scoop Morgan, Punchy Clobber, and Dizzy Planter.
You do. Are you boys trying out for the male lead in Sweet Sorrow?
Yes, sir. Well, you knew that, William.
Oh, yes, I know, darling, but I hadn't heard their first names before.
Oh.
Their families must have had a premonition of things to come when they were christened. I can see it now. The blazing vista of Broadway lights. A glittering marquee which reads, Spider, Scoop, Punchy, and Dizzy in Sweet Sorrow.
Well, our real first names are worse. Wyndham, Lennox, Grosvenor, and Fielding.
Oh, these are the best candidates, Dr. Hall. We've already eliminated everybody out.
Well, all right, boys. Now get as comfortable as you can and listen closely.
Of course, you must understand, gentlemen, that this is not my specialty. I'm simply trying to provide a sounding board for the lilting voice of my lovely wife. Please do not expect the performance of a Barrymore.
Well, you may have to work a little harder today. Are you all ready?
All ready now. I begin, don't I? Now, let's see. Page 48, I believe it was.
It was, yes. But I've made a slight change, William. This is my working script, you see. You just read the speeches marked Walter.
Oh. Yes, dear. I know the part. Yes.
Yeah, well, this is the way we really did it. Are you ready, dear?
Just a moment, dear. All right.
Listen to me, Walter. It's time for us to take off our masks. The music has ended. The ball is over. This must be the end of pretense. From this moment, there must be nothing between us but honesty.
But, Helen,
you must know that until I met a costume sham in which I danced through my days and wept through my nights as a doll on strings, pulled here and pulled there, until I found you. And I knew then, when I danced again, it would be to real music.
But, Helen, how can I...
I loved you from the moment I first saw you. Moment, Walter. How could a moment last as long as this? How could one moment, shining as it was, be so crowded with memories? Your face, your arms, the kindness of your smile, the myriad tiny trivia which together conspire to light an empty room or fill a quiet night with melody.
Now, Helen, how can I...
I'm lost! It is the last small cry of one who wounds with good intent. I'm lost and terrified. To think that we who possess such lovely fantasy should lose it all in black reality.
But Helen,
I have gambled with my own happiness, Walter. The wheel has spun, the ball has dropped, but I can't. I won't play with stakes which are not mine, but yours. For you, the game can go on. But I have lost.
Oh, no, Helen, no.
And so, my dearest, it's over.
Oh.
We must never meet again. Either in this lovely life which held so much promise, or beyond that final curtain which will fall upon our hopes and fear. For if parting is sweet sorrow, my dear, then the sweetness has been lost in parting, and only sorrow stays.
Oh, brother. Mrs. Hall, will you marry me?
Spider, I'll certainly consider it.
I imagine, boys, that you now have a pretty good idea of how Walter should be played.
Well, yes, sir.
I'll say this, Dr. Hall. It sure changed my plans again. Is that the way you did it on the stage, Mrs. Hall?
Yeah, just about, yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. You men flip a coin for the part of Walter. The real contest is between us women. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall.
Vicky. I've been thinking.
What about?
About Cyril and the part of Walter.
Oh?
Now, the copies of the play the girls brought over. They are the published ones, aren't they? Well, then undoubtedly that is the way the play was originally written. With Walter having the... where Helen didn't have...
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yes. And when did you give the last-minute switch to Cyril?
The second week of rehearsal.
Well, was he properly appreciative as an actor? Was he objective about it?
No, just objectionable. It was the biggest brawl since the Dempsey-Verpo fight.
And you went on playing those beautiful love scenes together for more than 2 years?
Well, yes, but professionally you acquire a certain sense of detachment. The actor you're playing opposite is not a person, he's just a character.
Ah, poor Cyril. Lyric live on. My heart bleeds for him, retroactively. All those big, fat speeches all taken away from him and given to you. Well, it's been an interesting day and an exhausting one. Vicky, is there anything tasty in the refrigerator?
Oh, yes, a nice cold ham.
Oh, will you join me in a sandwich?
Oh, yes, let's have a huge one.
Good. But, that reminds me. When I offered to go up to the attic for you, why did you say you wanted to reduce?
Oh, not me. The part of Walter needed reducing, Toddy. Yeah, did the result surprise you?
Surprise me? Darling, it left me practically speechless.
But as we sadly start our journeys apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of Ivy, where we lived and learned to know that through we'll see you in the sweet
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Elvia Allman, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, spring has come to Mel Blanc's little town, as it usually does this time of year. The petunias that were planted in winter have come up as radishes, and young couples are contemplating marriage. In Blum's candy shop, where they're wont to meet, we hear them talking, and Tommy Bassett says to Kay Gibbs,
Kay, we got enough money in the piggy bank. Now we can get married.
And Elroy Short says to Mary Davis,
Mary, we got enough money in the piggy bank. Now we can get married.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel has been sitting with his girl, Betty Colby, Mel is saying,
Betty, we've got enough money. Now we can buy a piggy bank.
Oh, Mel, who cares about money? I'll marry you anyway. I don't care if we have to use packing boxes for furniture and orange crates for a table.
Well, Betty, all that'll come later. We'll have to live cheaply at first. Gosh, I wish I had money, Betty, so we could get married in style.
Well, why don't you try to do something to improve business?
Oh, Betty, I did. I had a sign painter make me a sign reading, complying with President Truman's request, I am reducing prices 10%.
Well, where's the sign?
Well, I haven't got it. The sign painter raised his prices, and I couldn't afford to pay for it.
The trouble with you, Mel, is you're too conservative. You've got to take chances to get ahead. Maybe if you'd gamble, you'd win.
Betty, that's one thing I never do.
Gamble?
No, win.
Well, Mel, you can't get anywhere in business unless you take a chance. Look at Robert Fulton. He gambled on the steamboat.
You mean they had gambling ships even then? Well, Betty, I thought I'd surprise you, but you might as well know. I am taking a chance, but this one I'm sure of. I can't fail.
Oh, what did you do?
I bought oil stock. I invested my life savings, $30.
Mel, how did you ever save $30?
Well, I went without cigarettes, no movies, saved car fare by walking to the Fix-It shop, went without lunches for a whole month. And, of course, the bank loaned me $29. Betty, as soon as that oil starts gushing in...
hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, you confounded idiot. I asked you to fix my electric blanket, and what did you do to it?
Well, I fixed it, Mr. Colby. But I was fixing an electric toaster at the same time, and I may have gotten the parts mixed up.
A toaster? Huh, that explains it. Every time I begin to get warm under the blanket, it pops me out of bed.
Gosh, Mr. Colby, no wonder you look scraped on one side this morning.
Oh, and you want to marry Betty. How can an idiot possibly support my daughter?
Well, don't worry, Mr. Colby. You've been doing very well.
What? Why lose you? You'll have to support her someday. After all, I'm not going to live forever. Have you ever thought about that?
Very often.
Well, you're too lazy to work for your money, but not me. Why, when I was a young man, I kept my nose to the grindstone for 15 years. Do you know what they call me today?
Yeah, needle nose.
Oh, Daddy, don't worry about Mel. He's going to be rich very soon.
That's right, Betty. When that gusher comes in, I'll be a millionaire. And I'll buy you everything you could possibly want. Cars by Cadillac, diamonds by Tiffany, furs by I.J. Mink.
That's I.J. Fox.
Betty, we can afford mink.
Just a second, Blank. Where do you intend to get all this money?
Well, I bought some oil stock from Mrs. Grimes' brother.
Mrs. Grimes? Why, she's the richest woman in town. If her brother sold it to you, that stock must be good. Where can I get hold of her brother?
I don't know, Mr. Colby. He's pretty ticklish.
Well, never mind. I'll find him myself. Well, Mel, my future son-in-law, I always said you'd go places.
Yeah, and I remember the places you said I could go.
Well, come, Betty. Goodbye, Mel. We'll see you at the horse show.
Yeah, at the horse show. Makes a little money. Already it's gone to his head. Well, it's not going to happen to me. When I get rich, people will still be able to say, there goes Mel Blanc. I knew him when he was just a poor, stupid jerk. But now he's got $1 million, and it hasn't changed him a bit. Why, I'll be so rich.
Hello, Melvin. Oh, hello.
my way to Professor Potchnick for my singing lesson. I thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did, Mrs. Grimes, because I was just going to ask you...
Melvin, let's not discuss prosaic things. Oh, just listen. Listen to my singing lesson for today. On the road to Mandalay.
Somebody ought to tell her to hit the road.
Where the flying fishes play, and the dawn comes up like thunder.
It's the worst weather report I ever heard.
Out of China, cross the bay. Melvin, that's the road to Mandalay. How did you like it?
Sounds like you took all the detours. Say, Mrs. Grimes, where can I get a hold of your brother? I want to see him about some Sunnyvale oil stock.
My brother's oil stock? Why, Melvin, it's worthless, and so is my brother.
What? Worthless?
Not worth a penny. Well, goodbye, Melvin.
I better stop Mr. Colby before he buys that oil stock. If he gets stuck with all that oil, he'll boil me in it. Huh. My mother didn't raise me to be a potato chip.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just fine. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now Victor Miller and the Sportsman join to serenade that popular young lady, Linda.
I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me?
For Linda doesn't know I exist.
And I can't help feeling gloomy when I think of all the loving I've missed. When we pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop for a while. And then I get to know Linda. But miracles do happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. I say to myself, hello, Linda. And then I would get to know Linda. But miracles do happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, someday I'll really say, hello, Linda. Then she will turn and say, oh, hello. Then just one lucky break. Someday we'll really make Linda, but really Linda mine.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. And this time it's really trouble, for not only has Mel invested his own money in Phoney oil stock, but on his advice, Mr. Colby is going to invest too. Mel is just about to leave his fix-it shop to try to stop Mr. Colby when in comes no help at all in the person of the town Beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Oh, it's you, Hartley. Sorry, I can't talk now.
I know just how you feel, Mel. Everyone is struck speechless by the beauty of great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm so full of charms, I love to hold myself in my arms.
Hartley, you must think you're the most beautiful person in the world.
Mel, that is not only my opinion. Have you seen the new Petty Girl calendar?
No, why?
I am the month of May. You should see me. March wore a small archery costume. April wore a one-piece bathing suit. But I'm the most outstanding one of all.
What are you wearing?
A midriff sweatshirt. So you see, Mel, my picture hangs in every woman's kitchen.
So does flypaper. Listen, Hartley, you're not such a man of distinction with the women.
Oh, no? Well, form your own conclusion, Mel. But surveys show that among the women of America, I cause more heartburn than French fried onion.
Hartley, instead of running around so much, why don't you get married?
What, and break up a beautiful friendship with myself? The women are content with just a little souvenir from me. Yesterday, I gave locks of my hair to all the girls in town.
Well, that's nothing unusual. At this time of year, all dogs are shedding.
Oh, that does it. You've humiliated me. In fact, I'm so humiliated I could eat it. So I will just deliver this message and go. Mr. Colby bought $100 worth of stock, and Mrs. Grimes' brother is coming to his house tonight, and he is buying more stock. So goodbye, you buffoon. I'll never know what bliss is until I make myself Mr. and Mrs. So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
What a character. Sounds like he went over a bump and dropped his muffler. What a character. Sounds like he went over a bump and dropped his muffler. Oh, but when Mr. Colby finds out the stock is phony, he'll drop me on my muffler. I gotta stop him from buying more.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, great and mighty zebra. How's your little cucumber?
Mel, if you mean my wife, it's Pickle Puss. Yesterday we were driving downtown, and she said, John, if you drive over 25 miles an hour, I'll die.
Well, what happened?
I got a ticket for speeding.
Mighty potentate, if you feel that way about your wife, why did you ever get spliced?
Mel, drawn and quartered is the word. I was young, and it was love. I worshipped the ground she had her money invested in.
Hey, what did she look like?
Mel, have you ever heard the saying, a rag, a bone, and a hank of hair?
Yeah?
Stick a set of false teeth into it, and that's her. You know, Mel, if she dies, I get all her money, but the doctor says she'll be here for quite a while, so I'm trying to figure out one thing.
What's that?
How can I go now and come back when she's gone? I can't get a penny of it now.
Well, why not? Doesn't she know she can't take it with her?
Mel, she has to. It's the only way she can get in. What a woman. Yesterday we were in a shooting gallery, and as I picked up the gun, she stuck her face in front of me and said, John, shoot the clay pipe. Shoot the bullseye. Shoot the old duck. Gad, what a temptation.
Listen to my troubles, mighty potentate. On my recommendation, Mr. Colby bought some phony oil stock from Mrs. Grimes' brother, and he's going to buy even more tonight, and I don't know how to stop him.
Oh, he tried to sell me some, too. Mel, I got an idea. Swindle a swindler. Pretend that oil was really discovered on that land, and I'll bet that Mrs. Grimes' brother will buy it back.
Say, that's a great idea.
Well, so long, Mel. I got to be going now.
Where are you going?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see the Red House, or I can go home and look at the Quonset hut I married. So long, Mel.
What an idea. Pretend that oil was really discovered. Oh, but Mrs. Grimes' brother will recognize me. I know what I'll do. I'll impersonate a Southern colonel who owns the land. Now to send Zuki over to Colby's to tell him my plan. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
You mean Mrs. Grimes' brother is a swindler and my stock is worthless?
Yeah, but don't worry, Mr. Colby. Mel will get your money by that, money by that, money by that. He'll take care of every. You won't lose a pen. You won't lose a. If I was you, I'd blow my brains out.
Well, Southern Colonel or not, you tell Mel if he doesn't get Mrs. Grimes' brother to buy back my stock, I'll blow his brains out. Well, Mr. Ross, I don't have too much money to invest.
Mr. Colby, only because you happen to be a dear, dear friend of my sister, Mrs. Grimes, do I allow you to buy more shares of this remarkable Sunnyvale oil stock at rock-bottom inflated prices. Now, just sign this blank check.
Sign a blank check? But I don't know for how much it's made out.
Mr. Colby, I trust you. Come on now.
Just a minute, please. I'm expecting a friend to call. Oh, this must be him now. Oh, good evening, sir.
Hello, Mr. Colby, you all. You remember me, Colonel Ulysses S. Lee?
Colonel, meet Mr. Ross.
Ulysses S. Lee? That's a funny name. Half Southern, half Northern.
That's right. The stalk was shot down over the Mason-Dixon line. Oh, but I'm from the South, the deep South. In fact, so deep, where I come from, we call Senator Claghorn a Don Yankee.
Sit down, Colonel Lee. I'd like to offer you a drink, but I don't have any mint juleps.
Oh, that's all right. Just give me some bourbon and swamp water. Mr. Colby, I came to give you a tip on some oil stock. Got it straight from the horse's mouth.
Really? What's the tip? Just a second. Seems to me that I've seen you before. Are you really from the South?
Man, don't question me. I come from the deep South. In fact, the other day I cut myself and bled Southern Comfort. Mr. Colby, oil was discovered on my property, and that makes Sunnyvale oil stock worth a fortune. You should see that oil gushing.
Is it refined?
Refined? Why, that oil is so refined, when it gushes past you, it says, "Excuse me all."
Just a second. I happen to know Sunnyvale land is owned by a farmer, and it isn't even in the South.
Do you know this farmer?
No, not personally.
Well, in that case, I got to be going. I think I'll go bowling.
Now, wait a minute. We'll go to the bowling alley with you.
What alley? I told you I'm from the deep South. When I bowl weevils.
Mighty peculiar chap. Now to get back to the oil stock, Mr. Colby.
Just a second. I hope this oil stock is good.
Good? Why, I change it every 1,000 miles. No harm.
I'll get that. Well, who's this?
It's me, Mr. Colby, Mel.
Oh.
Howdy, bub. Say, think the rain will hurt the roof of a barb?
I take it, my good man, that you're a farmer.
Yep, you took it right. Got all dressed up from a visit to the city. All dressed up? Look at your shoes. You only got one shoelace. Well, it was either that or not wear a tie. Besides, I don't worry much about dressing. Spend all my time with the cows. Oh, but I've been having trouble with my cows lately. Milked one yesterday and got 3 quarts of milk. Milked her today and only got a half a pint. What's the matter? Don't know. Guess I'm losing my grip. Yes, I am. Well, one cow especially is giving me lots of trouble. My 2-galloner got the hiccups. Couldn't stop hiccuping. Was it a bad case? Well, for the last 2 weeks, she's been churning her own butter. Yeah, I got a lot of hens, too. I got one hen that lays 45 eggs a day. She's a Rhode Island purple. No. You mean a Rhode Island red. When she lays 45 eggs, she's purple, Bob. You grow vegetables on your farm, too? Yep, I grow carrots. But I don't care much for them. They say carrots improve eyesight, but I don't believe it. Why not? The other day I held a bunch of carrots over my eyes and I couldn't see a darn thing. Yeah, but I'm almost forgetting what I came here to tell you. Oil was discovered on my land in Sunnyvale. Oil? In Sunnyvale? Yep, so much oil that instead of milk, the cows had oil in their crankcases.
an astute businessman who realizes the value of a dollar. I have a proposition to make to you. I'd like to buy back that stock I sold you this afternoon. I'll double your money. I'll give you $200 for the $100 you gave me.
It's a deal.
All right, here's the money. I'll take the stock. Good day, gentlemen. It's been nice meeting you.
Goodbye, Mr. Ross. We sure outwitted him. Mel, for once in your life, you did something right. $100 profit.
Yeah, but what about me, Mr. Colby? You didn't sell my stock.
Oh, Mel, I'm so sorry. I forgot all about you.
Father, I think you were very unfair to Mel in not selling his stock.
Betty, I've been waiting a long time to get even with that moron.
Well, I think I'll turn on the radio and get some music.
And for the last news item this evening, in a little town called Sunnyville, a farmer struck oil, millions of barrels. And for you lucky people who hold Sunnyville oil stock, there's good news tonight.
Father, did you hear that?
Did I? Don't tell Mel, but I'm going to rush right down to his fixer shop and buy that stock back from him, even if it costs me the $100 I made. Goodbye, Betty.
All right, Mel, you can come out from behind the radio now.
Did I sound convincing?
Well, Daddy's on his way to the fix-it shop to buy your stock.
Great, I'll beat him down there and have it all ready for him.
Oh, Mel, you're so clever.
There's good news tonight.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning. It cleans your mouth. It cleans your teeth. Makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Dazzling teeth, a sweet breath. A beauty duet that comes from Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. Its pleasant-tasting foam bubbles through your mouth. When you rinse it out, your whole mouth feels excitingly clean and fresh, your breath sweet and wholesome. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate tooth powder really does a job of brightening your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder reveals the natural brilliance, the true beauty of your teeth. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of first and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Roundtable, the Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, well, here it is Wednesday again. And here it is 9 o'clock again. And here is that man again. What's his name again? Oh, yes. Fred Allen in person again.
Thank you. There's one thing Major Bowes can't do up there. Thank you, and good Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, again. And Jimmy again. Stop giving me those dragged-out introductions again. Now, don't you know that we're living in an age of speed? Time is of the essence in our business here. Why, this is radio.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Fred. I didn't know you were in such a hurry.
Well, now you know, Jimmy. This program is a split-second proposition. Everything is done with clock-like precision. You see that mess of tense, haggard faces behind the control room glass there?
Why, yes.
Well, those men are all concerned exclusively with the function of time, those men. Each one of those highly trained craftsmen is holding a calibrated stopwatch, synchronized with the Naval Observatory at Greenwich. I couldn't locate it for a minute, but it's... They're holding these calibrated stopwatches synchronized with the Naval Observatory at Greenwich, correct to 1/10,000th of a second.
Well, isn't one of those men holding a gun?
Oh, that's the sponsor's booth, Jimmy. I mean the control room over here. Oh. There are 12 men in there, all named Bulliver.
Okay, Fred. Let's get on with the newsreel.
Well, that's what I say. Let's get on with the newsreel. Time in radio is precious, Jimmy. Tempus fugit. Time and tide wait for no man. A stitch in time saves...
All right, then. Let's get to the newsreels. You're only wasting time.
When you say I'm wasting time, you're wasting time saying I'm wasting time. You don't seem to understand, Jimmy. This is radio. Every note of music, mind you. Every word I speak. Every door slam. Everything is time. Even the two laughs we get. Timed right down to the bone and then retimed. Clocks ticking, calculations, engineers, science, mathematics, astronomy, research, all adding up to one brilliant, precise result.
What?
Every week we get off the air late.
Look, Fred, if you don't shut up, we'll be late again tonight.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. If you have learned my lesson, Jimmy, we'll turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. Elizabeth, New Jersey. Union County Grand Jury rules that the game of bingo, whether played for charity's sake or not, is gambling. County prosecutor orders police to crack down on all bingo games. An instant raid scatter 500 women playing bingo in a local club. Tonight, Texaco News invites the local committee to discuss the Jersey question of the hour, bingo. Is the committee ready?
Yeah.
Quiet, please. Now you'll all be heard. Everybody's going to have a chance. That man walking away with you, was he? Well, first I'll take this gentleman in the cutaway coat and sneakers here. Your name, sir?
Trumbull White.
Trumbull White. And what is it you do over in Jersey, Mr. White?
I am a reformer.
A reformer, I see. Now, what about bingo, Mr. White?
Bingo, or Jersey chess as it is called, is the second largest industry in New Jersey.
What is the largest industry?
Running buses to bingo games. Yes, there are thousands of migratory bingo players.
Wandering all around through Jersey, huh?
Yes.
Well, for the benefit of an odd listener or two, a shut-in, who may not know what bingo is, will you explain it?
Bingo is a game. Yeah. 200 people sit around at tables with numbered cards.
Yeah?
A man on a platform calls out numbers. 31, 24, 67.
And?
The first player to get 5 numbers in a row yells bingo.
Only this one person in the crowd yells bingo.
Yes. The other 200 yell, oh, nurse.
Oh, nurse?
Or a reasonable facsimile.
Well, are you reforming bingo, Mr. White?
We're stamping it out completely.
You are?
All gambling in Jersey has got to go.
Well, are you cracking down on some other gambling game?
Yes, I'm investigating this new numbers racket.
What numbers racket?
Letters are coming through the mail from Washington. Young boys are getting cards with numbers on them. It has all the earmarks of a lottery.
A lottery, you dope. Those are draft numbers.
Draft or bingo in Jersey, it's got to go.
If it's got to go, thank you, Trumbull, what? And now, this gentleman wearing the horse blanket with the belt in the back. Your name, sir?
Bolivar Rowdy.
Bolivar Rowdy. And what is your story, Mr. Rowdy?
Well, I was running a movie theater. I'm playing single features, double features, triple features, Mickey Mice.
And, how was business?
I was losing me shirt.
What did you do?
I write to Hollywood. They send a guy on to hypo me business.
Oh, I stand his solution.
Well, he says I got everything going on inside the theater. It's a mistake.
A mistake?
Yeah, he says I ain't got nothing going on in the lobby.
Oh, a movie theater. You have to... Well, did you get some attractions for your lobby?
Brother, I got attractions all over the joint. Outside, I got singing pickets.
Singing pickets outside.
In the ticket booth is a magician. Inside the lobby, I got 16 acrobats and 40 pinball machines.
Yeah.
I got a mind reader outside the ladies' lounge. Free donkey rides up and down the aisles for kids. And under each seat, there's a 7-course dinner.
Well, did this boom business?
Nah, I'm still losing me shirt.
And then?
Bingo. In comes bingo. It's sweeping the country.
Oh, and you?
Well, I threw them bums and pinball machines out of me theater and put in bingo. I'm cleaning up.
Business was good, huh?
I'm jamming them in. Weekends, I gotta put in vaudeville to chase people.
And now that bingo is illegal...
Again, I'm playing single features, double features, triple features, Mickey Mice.
And,
I'm right back losing me shirt.
Well, that explains that horse blanket with the belt in the back, and thank you, Bolivar Rowdy. And now this lady in the seersucker ensemble...
I'm Mrs. Jonquil Bibb.
Well, are you going to miss bingo, Mrs. Bibb?
Giving up bingo only means one thing to me.
And what is that?
My husband is getting his pot roast well done.
Well, what has your husband's pot roast got to do?
For 10 years, his pot roast ain't been well done.
Why?
Bingo.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't sense the connection.
Well, I live in Nutley, see?
Yeah?
Every morning I'm through with the housewife early.
Uh-huh.
I stroll around listening to them radio serials. Hyman's Otherwise.
Yeah.
The Silverbergs. Life Can Be Ordinary.
Uh-huh.
Well, at 1 o'clock I grab the Elizabeth bus. I know a spot there.
Oh, do you? Bingo spot.
Yeah. And all afternoon I horse around playing bingo.
All afternoon?
Till 4 o'clock. Then I grab the Nutley bus, and at 5 o'clock I'm back home putting on the pot roast.
Uh-huh.
At 6 o'clock my husband's home. He's pouting. The pot roast ain't well done.
And this has been going on 10 years?
Thanks to bingo.
Well, now that bingo has been stopped in Elizabeth, things are different, huh?
Yeah, I'm playing in Belleville. I'm getting home an hour sooner.
Fine.
And I'm putting on the pot roast an hour earlier.
So?
So it's like I say, giving up bingo only means one thing to me.
Namely?
My husband is getting his pot roast how he likes it.
Well done.
Oh, thanks. You wasn't so bad yourself.
Oh, I bet you say that to all the MCs.
No, I ain't kidding. What are you doing after the show, big boy?
Well, I
got a mess of pot roast left over. How about you and me killing it?
Take your beef to the complaint department, and thank you, Mrs. Johnson. This gentleman with the corduroy knickers and the patent leather wedgies. Your name is,
Darby Timmons.
Darby Timmons.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about bingo?
The abolition of bingo should be done away with.
Well, why, Darby?
I ain't seen me wife for 6 months.
You mean?
Bingo.
Your wife plays?
It's the same routine every week. Every night I come home, there's a note laying in a frying pan. There's just one word on it.
And the word is?
Bingo.
Bingo.
Every night she's out at different clubs playing. Monday night it's the Daughters of Barbara Frici. Tuesday it's Sisters of Hope Circle.
Uh-huh.
Wednesday it's some new club. Girls who formerly knew Rudy.
actually that every night...
Every night it's the same note, the same frying pan.
The same one word?
Bingo.
Why don't you do something about it?
I am. I'm taking action tonight. Tonight, I'm leaving a note in the frying pan.
Well, bully for you.
It's only going to say just one word.
Bingo?
Reno.
I'll begin. If bingo is legally banished throughout the state of New Jersey, bingo easies may spring up. Bingo games played sub rosa may sound something like this.
7 in the first row, 68 fifth row, 23 third row, 41 in... Shh! Who's that going?
It's me.
What is it, lady?
Bingo.
Thank you. And now from bingo, we turn to singo. Kenny Baker, in fine vocal fettle, as usual, appears ready, willing, and able. And tonight, Kenny's first song is Georgia on My Mind.
Melodies bring memories that linger in my heart. Make me think of Georgia. Why did we ever part? Some sweet day when blossoms fall and all the world's a song, I'll go back to Georgia, 'cause that's where I belong. Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, a song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pine. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Till in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my
Georgia on his mind.
Pardon me, Fred.
Yes, Larry Elliott.
I'd like to give a birthday greeting to some friends of ours.
Oh, you would? Well, I don't.
Thank you, Fred. Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish a happy birthday to John, Bill, Mary, Joe, Pete, Mildred, Barbara, Jane, Charlie, Ted.
Wait a minute, Larry. You sound like Uncle Don gone mad there. How many people are you wishing a happy birthday anyway?
53,000, Fred.
53,000, all our friends?
They can be. Because they're the 53,000 young American men and women who this week and every week reach driving age. Yes, a happy birthday to them all, and may they all soon enjoy the thrill of getting behind the wheel of a car for the first time. And you, ladies and gentlemen, no matter how long you've been driving, you'll recapture that first thrill behind the wheel of your car with Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Sky Chief will delight you with surging, hill-leveling power when open country invites, yet throttle down to an effortless glide in traffic, and pick up again with an eager, buoyant lift. And that kind of flexible power is why you shift gears less often when Sky Chief is in the tank. Why you relax with such confidence at the wheel. Try Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
By Maestro Goodman and his 24 exemptions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've just received a special flash on the bus strike. Mayor LaGuardia says that if the bus strike isn't settled by tomorrow, he'll put the 6th Avenue L back up. And he'll do it, too. He's got the hat and the blowtorch. Hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, of all...
Greetings, girls of the Mini Ha-Ha Troupe. Tonight, I speak to you
Wait a minute. What is this?
I'm addressing the Campfire Girls.
What Campfire Girls?
The Mini Ha-Ha Troupe is sitting around the campfire in Prospect Park with a portable radio.
Oh, well, look, Portland, we haven't time to... after all...
But I've got to make my speech before the campfire goes out.
Why?
Without a campfire, well, there's just a bunch of girls.
And without a sponsor, well, we're just a bunch of people. I think we'll just forego your forensic flight for the evening.
Oh, why can't I make a speech? Kenny made one last week.
Speech? Kenny didn't even get started. What did Kenny say? Friends, Romans, and Texaco dealers?
Water! I must have water!
Get that guy back here. Beamish!
Yes, sir?
Who told you to run in here, ad libitum, and page H2O?
Well, you said Texaco dealers. That's my cue.
That was your cue last week.
I know. This week I'm thirsty. Water, water.
What a program. I'm sorry I ever let Kenny make that speech.
But Kenny got a swell job out of it.
A job?
Yes. Kenny's working for the Elite Auction Company.
As an auctioneer?
No. Kenny is doing public speaking in the crowd.
What public speaking?
When somebody bids, Kenny bids higher.
Well, he's a tenor. Naturally, he bids higher than other people. But look, Portman, Kenny isn't a public speaker in that auction dump. He's nothing but a shill.
What's a shill?
A shill, as in she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. A shill is a man who works with the auctioneer incognito. A shill bids other people up, you see, so they pay more than the article is worth.
Oh.
And I'm certainly surprised at Kenny stooping to such infamous skullduggery.
But Kenny thinks he was hired because of the speaking voice.
He was hired because he looks like a simpleton. That's why he was hired.
Who bids what? Sold any man.
All right, Kenny. We know about your new racket.
It's not a racket, F.A. It's a swell job.
Did you have a good day today, Kenny?
Terrific. Thanks to me, the company made its biggest sale of the day.
Well, how did you swing it?
Well, all afternoon it was dull. Nothing much happened. Then the policeman went away and things picked up.
Naturally.
The auctioneer put up a genuine Chinese music box. It was a beauty.
And what happened, Kenny?
A wealthy gentleman and Mr. Huxley bid 25 cents.
And then?
The auctioneer tipped me a wink. Like a flash, I bid 50 cents.
Yeah?
Huxley bids $1. I bid $2.
Yes?
Huxley bids 5. I yell 10.
And?
Huxley bids 11. I bid 12. Huxley bids 13. Yeah. I bid 14.
Go on.
That's all, brother. Mr. Huxley stopped bidding.
And you?
I won. The auctioneer sold it to me for $14.
You won? You mean you got stuck?
Stuck? Why, it was a bargain, F.A.
Oh, I give up. There's nothing I can do.
Why didn't you let Mr. Huxley have it when he said $13, Kenny?
He didn't want it, Sporty. Mr. Huxley was a shill, too. We just hadn't been introduced.
Kenny, you have been hornswoggled. Don't you know that for $14 you now own a Chinese music box that's probably worth about 2 bits?
Oh, don't worry, F.A. I'll get my money back.
How, Kenny?
I've got the music box here. I'll auction it off right now.
Over my dead body.
But I got to get my $14 back, F.A.
Why?
I've got to go back to shilling tomorrow. I've got to have money. Suppose I outbid somebody again.
Kenny, you have been trimmed more times than the wick in a lighthouse lamp. Now, just start your music box going and join it on the way out.
But, F.A.,
Look, if we want Chinese music here, we can get it from Mr. Goodman. And I'm not sure we haven't been getting it all along.
Oh, let Kenny start his auction, Mr. Allen. I'll bid.
Look, there are some limitations. You're not turning this program into an auction. Now, look, Kenny, I'll give you $1 for that Chinese music box, and we'll just get on with the show.
Oh, gee, that's swell of you, Mr. Allen.
All right. Here's your $1.
I got $1. Who'll make it 2? Who'll make it 2?
$2.
Quiet, Portman. Look, Kenny, I'll make it $3.
I got $3. Who'll make it 4? $4. Who'll make it? Do I hear $4? Mr. Goodman, do I hear $4?
Somebody is calling Goodman?
Do I hear $4? Do I hear $4?
It could be. Money talks.
I've got $3.
If you're taking inventory, I, Goodman, have 40 cents.
But Mr. Goodman, remember?
Aha! The essence of rodent tinctures the breeze. What is this hugger-mugger, Kenny? Is Mr. Goodman here supposed to be your shill?
Why, F.A.
Shill?
Aha!
Suddenly Goodman is remembering.
Okay, I've got $3. Are you done? $500. $500. Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
You're welcome. $600.
Thank you.
You're welcome. $700.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Maestro. What are you doing?
Goodman is bidding against Goodman. I'll give him a run for his money, that rat.
Let's go, folks. $700 has been bid. $700 for this genuine Chinese music box. 701.
Okay, Mr. Allen, it's your turn.
I said $3, and that's my limit.
700 twice.
It won't help, Kenny.
700 3 times. 700 4 times. 700 5 times.
do I hear $4, Mr. Allen?
No. I said $3. You can take it or abandon it. Now, let's get on with the program.
But Mr. Goodman bid $700.
If you catch the Goodman who bid $700 for a Chinese music box, from me to him say, you should live so long.
Penny, look, fold up your portable shill and...
I'll answer it. Hello? The Elite Auction Company? Yes, I still got it. Okay, I'll be right down.
What was it, Penny?
Where's that music box? I've got to feed it right down to the auction company.
Gosh, maybe they found out it's valuable.
That's right. Maybe they want to buy it back.
Now, just a minute, Penny. If that fly-by-night auction company really wants that music box back, there's something in the wind.
Look at this writing on the box, Mr. Allen.
What does it say?
Ming Dynasty, 1200 A.D.
Ming Dynasty, 1200?
Guys, it's 700 years old. I'll never get my money back for this piece of junk.
Penny, I've been thinking, lad. After all, you and I are old buddies. Now, I hate to see an old buddy get stuck. I tell you what I'm going to do, old buddy. You give me that old junky music box, and I'll give you back your $14.
Gosh, F.A., you're a true blue buddy. Here.
And here, old buddy, is your $14.
Mr. Allen, are you sure you're not cheating, Penny?
Frankly, Portland, I am.
Mr. Allen!
Kenny, I took advantage of you. Now, I may make $100,000 out of this deal, but that's beside the point. I only did it to teach you a lesson. Now, always let this remind you, Kenny, let it serve to remind you, never trust anyone, even an old buddy.
I'll remember that, F.A., buddy.
Can we play your music box, Mr. Allen?
Well, all right, but be very careful of it.
I'll wind it up.
Now, easy, Kenny. That's 700 years old. It must be very delicate.
There, it's all set.
Now, turn that little switch, Kenny.
Okay. Quiet, everybody. We'll probably hear a strange oriental melody that has been lost to civilization for centuries. Here goes.
Civilization for centuries. That's Jeannie with the light brown transformation. I heard it 40 times yesterday, twice with dyed hair, I heard.
Well, at least it's a new arrangement.
Quiet. Ming Dynasty, 1200 A.D., a priceless antique.
Well, I didn't say it was.
Oh, no? What was that important phone call you got a few minutes ago, Kenny?
It was from the Elite Auction Company.
I know that, but what did the man say?
He said to hurry down.
Why?
For $2 more, he'll give me one that plays Fantasy.
Kenny, you took advantage of an old buddy.
I only did it to teach you a lesson, F.A. Always let this remind you, F.A., never trust anyone, even an old buddy.
All right, old buddy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while I hide my watch before some little boy on his way home from school talks me out of it, the moderns sing Kikonga. All right, maestro. 1, 2.
I've got 2. Who made it 3? Who made it 3?
Play, maestro. Please, play.
With a 1, 2, 3 kick, here we go. Make your heart go tick, tick, lots of more. Make your heart beat quick, quick, solid Joe. Like Kikonga. Make your heart go tick, tick. When she gives out with a 1, 2, 3 kick. Logic conga, oh, logic conga. Kick, 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 conga. Kick, conga, kick. Logic conga. She's a kick, kick, shake the shoulders with a bandoneon. Logic conga, oh, logic conga. Kick, 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 conga. Kick, conga, kick. When you see her dancing, you'll know you've never seen a lady more than dancing from the Rockies to the Argentine. Lucky conga, make her beat quick, quick. When she gives out with a 1, 2, 3 kick. Lucky conga, oh lucky conga, kick, 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 conga.
He's never left Manhattan. She can conga like a Latin. On and on that happy conga. On and on. Make her heart go tick, tick. Lift your feet. With a 1, 2, 3, tick. Don't retreat. Make her heart beat quick. Give that beat. Don't retreat. Turn on the heat and make with the feet with kick conga. Kick conga. Kick conga. Kick conga.
Martins have to run for their train. They're opening an engagement at the Key Theater in Boston tomorrow. Say, give my regards to Mayor Tobin, Martins, as you pass by the City Hall going down School Street there. Say, Jimmy, what's wrong with Kenny?
I don't know.
Well, look at him. He's standing there staring into space.
Say, maybe he's in love or something.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, and I'm surprised you did, Kenneth, the way you're standing there in a comber. What's the matter? Have you got trance in your glands?
Oh, I'm just dreaming of life in the South Seas.
The South Seas?
Yeah. Last night I read a book, Life in Pogo Pogo, or Just a Sarong at Twilight.
Yeah?
Tonight I keep seeing myself under a palm tree, strumming a ukulele, dancing a hula with Dorothy Lamour.
Yeah?
Baker the Beachcomber, simple child of nature.
Well, look, child. Before you take off for the South Seas, let me tell you that life down there isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Coconuts keep falling off those palm trees and conking you on the head. Well, it could be vice versa. I mean, you can climb a tree and hit a coconut with your head. I mean, it's optional, but I was just paying a little courtesy, a little respect to gravity here, and you men laugh at me. Coconuts keep falling off those palm trees and conking you on the head. People who give you a hot foot are always setting your grass skirt on fire down there.
Why, yes, and besides, you never get a chance to relax. You've always got to keep watching for smoke.
For smoke? Why?
Why, because those South Sea Islands have volcanoes. And people who live near a volcano always have to keep a lookout for smoke, for it may be a sign that trouble's brewing. And smoke puffing from the exhaust of a car might mean trouble, too. It can be a sign that engine wear has reached a point where only a repair job will help. So decide not to wait until your car smokes. By using insulated Haviland motor oil, you can help prevent needless engine wear indicated by a smoky exhaust. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurity. For insulated Haviland has the strength of body to stand up under the high temperatures of modern engines, where ordinary oils may break down and invite serious wear. Insulated Haviland is free-flowing, too. Protects against the wear of cold starch. Haviland is also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. So look out for smoke and trouble. Stop at your Texaco dealer and change to insulated Haviland. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Now the Texaco Roundtable convenes for another session, ladies and gentlemen. All of the other radio roundtables discuss the weighty issues of the hour. The Texaco Forum dedicates itself to trivia. 3 members of our studio audience have been invited to sit in tonight for an unrehearsed discussion on anything. I won't promise that this meeting will prove spontaneous, but 10 will get you 20 that it is entirely unrehearsed. Now, the meeting is formally opened, and our first guest, Portland, is...
Lieutenant Condren of the United States Air Corps.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask where you're stationed?
Mitchell Field, Mr. Allen.
Mitchell Field? Mitchell Field is the Army training field for Army pilots, isn't it?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Allen.
I'm wrong again.
Mitchell Field is the pursuit unit for New York area. In other words, pilots are trained at various training centers, and after graduation are sent to Mitchell Field.
Mitchell Field. How many men? You must be pretty busy over there these days. How many men have you over there training?
Well, we have about 4,000 enlisted men and about 380 officers, most of whom are pilots.
Oh, I see. Well, how many, what is the procedure in the training of a pilot? I mean, how long a course is required and what are the qualifications?
That's a very good point, Mr. Allen. I'm glad you asked me that question.
Well,
the Army...
you looked as though you wanted me to ask you that question, so I...
Right now, the Army's in the process of trying to train 12,000 pilots in a year.
12,000 in a single year?
In a single year, that's correct. Now, the qualifications are that a man must be not less than 20 years of age and not more than 27. He must have had 2 years of college or its equivalent by taking an examination, a mental examination. Upon completing the mental examination, or having had the 2 years of college, he is allowed to take the physical examination, and upon passing that is sent to one of 27 primary schools.
And how long does he stay there?
He stays at a primary school for 10 weeks, that entire course being 30 weeks. After finishing the 10 weeks at primary school, he goes to advanced, and then to primary and then advanced. 30 weeks in all. And
30 weeks. And then at the end of that time, I suppose he's able to fly a Greyhound bus. I mean, after he's been through that ritual.
Anything that has wings.
Well, thank you. I'll try you out with my canary sometime. It's not getting off the ground the way it used to since we sold the cage. But thank you a lot, Lieutenant. And now, Portland.
Miss Mary Margaret McBride of Paris.
Miss Mary McMartin, Mary Margaret McBride. You're from Paris, Miss McBride?
Missouri.
Paris, Missouri. I thought your accent was missing there.
Well, that is all right.
When was the last time you saw Paris?
Missouri?
Well, I mean, you brought it up.
Oh, about 6 months ago.
Well, town must have been sort of empty when you left there, wasn't it?
Well, there were
a couple of people hanging around. Well, what is your profession, Miss McBride, may I ask?
I talk over the radio.
You talk over the radio?
Yes, sir.
And here in New York City?
Yes, sir.
Well, now I'm even with you. You talked about our program on your program 2 weeks ago. So tonight we're going to talk about your program on my program. Now, first, have you got a sponsor?
Yes, sir.
You have a sponsor?
A very good sponsor.
Who is your sponsor?
Florida.
The state
of Florida.
The state of Florida. Well, you're fortunate. You know, most comedians, Mr. Benny especially, is sponsored by the state of Coma, which... most of the time. But your work to me is very interesting, Miss McBride, because you go on the air every day, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, it takes us all week to get this show together to finally get on the air with it. Now, how do you find enough things to be able to go on the air every afternoon? How do you do that?
Well, I just talk about anything that interests me.
Oh, you don't prepare?
Well, yeah, you bet. I work hard going out and looking at the things.
Looking for things for material, huh?
But the reason I've been hanging around here so much lately is because I've decided I'd rather be a comedian.
You'd rather be a comedian? Now, Miss McBride, don't tell me that you ultimately want to get to look like me.
Well, I don't even mind that. I don't even mind that if I can be as funny as you are.
Well, thanks a lot. That's a matter of opinion, of course. Well, thank you, Miss McBride. Now tune in tomorrow to hear you get even with us. And now, Portland?
Mr. Barney Lazar from Corona, Long Island.
Mr. Lazar, may I ask you, do you work here in New York? Are you in business here in New York?
I work in New York, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you where?
At Radio City, Rockefeller Center.
You do? Really? What do you do there?
I'm one of the elevator mechanics or technicians, as they call it.
An elevator technician?
That's right, Mr.
Well,
Allen.
Radio City is full of vice presidents. Do you have an executive title that goes with your job?
Why, no, just plain ordinary elevator mechanic.
You're not vice president in charge of Wild Otis, are you? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, that apparently brings us to our question. Now, tonight the round table considers the average man's approach to his daily newspaper. In this high-pressure age, most newspapers conduct advertising campaigns to call the reader's attention to feature writers, Broadway columnists, and cartoon strips. The papers rarely, if ever, publicize their editorial policies or their methods of news presentation. Now, as newspaper readers, we ask our roundtable guests this question. Do you think the average man buys the paper he reads because of its presentation of the news and editorial policies, or does he buy his paper because of a special feature it contains. Now, Lieutenant, how do you feel about that? What do you think influences a person who takes the daily paper?
Well, from what I can see in the, in the subways in the morning, whenever I come to town on business, I'd say most people buy them for the comics.
For the comic supplement. Well, you may have something there. What influences you when you buy your paper? Do you buy it for the sports section or the editorial policy of the paper or the way it presents its news or what?
Well, frankly, I live from day to day for Dick Tracy.
Well, I can imagine you living with high blood pressure and in eternal suspense, but I guess in your business, Lieutenant, you don't mind that. I imagine Dick Tracy's a letdown after you've been working around the field all day. Well, Miss McBride, how do you feel about it? What appeals to you most in a paper?
Well, I think most people buy it for news, but if you'd asked me this question a few years ago, I'd have said I bought a certain paper just to see if my story had got in.
Oh, you were writing for the newspaper, huh?
And that's what newspaper people do.
Well, that's pretty selfish. Of course, on most papers, if all the people who write for the papers bought the paper, they wouldn't have any trouble about circulation. Well, thank you, Miss McBride. I'm a little pressed for time here. The tailor brought it back too tight. Mr. Lazar, how do you feel about your paper? Why do you buy your paper?
Well, I like to buy the news, Mr. Allen, because I like to read the columnists in the news.
Oh, you're one of those gossip men, huh?
I don't read the Mirror because I don't...
Well, we're not allowed to... of course, when you mention the Mirror, you bring up Reflections, and... Our round table seems to have taken up too long, and it's 100% undecided. Now, I don't feel that this little discussion tonight will cause the average newspaper reader to change his choice of paper. Tomorrow, as usual, scholars and thinkers will continue to buy their favorite newspapers to wade through the editorial dissertations. People who read over other people's shoulders will take, in the subway, will take pot luck as usual, but John Doe and Lieutenant Condren will buy their papers to see what Dick Tracy is up to. Thanks a lot for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny sings his next number to the members of our little group as they leave the round table, and Kenny's ditty is You Walk By.
You walk by and chatting as a breeze. You walk by and dim the sunlight's gleam. You speak words and shame the birds that sing. Your smile is softer than the touch of spring. You walk by and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by, my love. Magicians can make things disappear or pull a rabbit out of a hat. But your loveliness, my dear, does greater things than that. You walk by and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by, my
I will not stand for it. I'm going to quit.
Here. Who is that? Who's quitting?
I'm quitting.
Well, now, wait a minute. You can't quit. Why, you're one of my leading Texaco workshop players, son, and our sketch goes on in just a minute.
That's just why I'm quitting. Do you realize that sketch deals with the income tax? I refuse to play in it.
Why?
I'm mad at the income tax.
Last year, I claimed a deduction for wear and tear in my tonsils from reading radio scripts. They disallowed it. It's a dud.
Yes?
I claim a deduction for wear and tear in my shoes from tramping from studio to studio. They disallowed it. It's a dud.
Yes, but...
I claim a deduction for
Now,
all...
look, brother. I don't care what you claim. You'll work tonight according to contract, or you'll find yourself faced with a bigger suit than that one you've got on there.
But, Mr. Allen,
Now, get over to that microphone and be prepared to deliver. The sketch goes on as soon as we hear from Mr. Wallington here on the subject of claims and duds.
Yes, just as that actor's claims don't mean a thing, and he's got to deliver, there's one time of the year when claims don't mean a thing and gasoline must really deliver. And that's in cold winter weather. So it really means something to learn that again this winter, motorists by the thousands have switched to Texaco Fire Chief because the duds, those useless, worthless elements, are out of Fire Chief. They found Fire Chief quickly responsive to any and every driving demand. And naturally, they're going to want that same lively performance in their cars all year round. Why not put Fire Chief to the test in your car? Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
At this time each year, millions of Americans start groaning in anticipation of that annual pain in the pocketbook, the income tax. With March 15th only 3 days away, working men and women everywhere are frantically filling out their tax blanks and wondering if a fiduciary is a man who fiduces. Well, who started the income tax? Tonight, this mystery is explained. The Texaco Workshop Players dramatize the life of the first income tax collector. This little cameo is called Philanda Blank, My Story. Overture, maestro. Philanda Blank was born on March 15, 1894, in the great state of Texas, in the little town of Annual. Philanda was so tiny as a baby, the stork wouldn't even bother with him. Little Philanda was brought by a sparrow. At first, his parents made an incubator out of an old percolator top, but as Philanda grew, he was taken out and kept in a cigar box under the stove. One night, his father came home from work.
Evening, Ma. How's little Philanda?
He's powerful puny, Paul. Cat dragged him out from under the stove twice today.
Never seen a kid so small and skinny. Where is he?
Right here, Paul.
Oh, coochie-coo, Philanda. Ain't enough meat on him to tempt a Pekingese. Certainly beats me. All my family, the Blanks, was big people. And here I got a son who ain't no bigger than a termite wishbone.
Maybe we've been reading too many of them digest magazines, Paul.
Well, maybe. But Philanda's a Blank. He ain't disgracing us Blanks. He's got to build up.
But how?
Well, stuff him with puffed rice and puffed bran.
To swell Philanda, you mean?
Yep. This is one blank we gotta fill out.
This is one blank we gotta fill out. Ominous words that were to echo down through the years. But Philanda thrived on his puff diet and grew stronger each day. The baby's strength was the talk of the little town of Annual in Texas. When Philanda was 3 years old, his mother wrote a letter to old Granny Blank. And in the letter she said,
Little Philanda keeps getting stronger. Yesterday the little fella picked himself up by the seat of the diaper and held himself out to arm's length.
At the age of 12, he was so strong, the village blacksmith complained to Philanda's father. The smithy said,
Blank, I don't mind your son pulling the shoes off of horses I've just shod to pitch quoits. But when he pitches horseshoes with the horses still on them, the boy's going too far.
And so it went. Philanda seemed to grow stronger and stronger as he grew older. When he was 16, Philanda went to the state fair alone that year. He entered one tent just as the milking contest ended. The announcer was shouting,
Folks, the $100 prize entitled a state milking champion goes to Clement Bluff of Beaumont. Say something, Clement.
Oh, shucks, 'tweren't nothing. The cow had and I took.
You got 41 quarts out of one cow, Clement. That ain't Pepsi-Cola.
Well, it just shows what a feller can do with a little pull.
At this moment, the crowd was dumbfounded when little Philanda put down his popcorn ball and shouted,
I can get more milk out of that cow.
Who said that?
I, Philanda Blank, said that. I can coax more milk out of that cow you just milked.
My $100 prize says you can't. I milked her so dry the last pint was dust.
I'll settle that dust. Here, Betsy. Steady, girl, steady.
You won't get enough milk to discolor a demitasse.
Watch this. Come on.
Well, I'm peeved.
I ain't started yet. Stand back before the spray hits you.
Holy hollyhock!
And just to show off, Clement, come on, Bessie. Bump diddly bump. How's that, Clement?
Well, I'll be took and did for. How'd you do it, son?
Well, cows is like people, Rube. If you want to get a little more, all you got to do is squeeze them.
Squeeze 'em expressed Philanda's philosophy, and squeeze 'em was to be his slogan in later years. Adolescence turned Philanda over to manhood. He fell in love with a butter-cheeked young thing about town. But every time Philanda hugged his girl, he broke her ribs. And finally, in self-defense, she broke the engagement. Heartbroken, Philanda left the little town of Annual in Texas and hitchhiked to New York City, where he soon became a mendicant on the Bowery. One day, he saw an ad in a medical journal. He applied at the clinic.
Dr. Auerbach?
Yes, beaten one.
I seen your ad. Man wanted to give blood transfusion, and here I am.
Why, you're anemic, man. You haven't any blood to spare.
But I can guarantee a transfusion, Doc. I got something in this bag.
Well, it's an emergency. I have to take a chance. Come along, right in here.
Oh, yeah, Doc.
Is the patient prepared for transfusion, nurse?
Yes, Dr. Auerbach.
Patient looks bad. We must hurry. Just what is it you're going to do with that paper bag, Bob?
Leave it to me, Doc. Just stick the needle through the paper. I'll squeeze the bag.
All right. Ready?
Okay, Doc.
We're ready for the transfusion. Squeeze, man.
Okay. Oh.
The patient's coming too, Doctor.
Where am I? Oh, yes.
Yes, where's my hat? Where's my coat? Well, goodbye, all.
What a recovery.
Amazing. This transfusion will revolutionize medical science.
I told you, Doc.
What have you got in that bag?
A turnip.
You can get blood out of a turnip?
Yep.
Gad, man, you're a vegetable Dr. Kildare.
Philanda's star twinkled in the dark sky of phlebotomy for but a brief moment. PM wrote that the man who had the turnip transfusion had to stop and lie down every time he saw a boiled dinner. So Philanda gave up his work, ate his turnip, and after a mild attack of indigestion, he became a bum again. A year later, he was found panhandling on the streets of Washington, D.C. Philanda, still strong, and by now skilled in the art of wheedling, stopped his first prospects.
Buddy.
What is it, Flotsam?
Can you give me a nickel for a cup of coffee?
I can't give you a nickel. I will lease you or lend you a nickel.
Oh, thanks.
Gracious, what is that noise?
It's the Indian on this nickel.
What?
I can squeeze a nickel till the Indian hollers. Look.
Catman, the country can use a man like you. I can get you a job.
Yeah? Who are you?
I, sir, am Bascom T. Snipe, treasurer of these United States. Something tells me you can squeeze something out of anything.
Yeah. As a boy, I could squeeze a cow dry.
Good.
I could get blood out of a turnip.
Blood out of a turnip?
Yeah.
Squeeze a cow dry?
Yeah.
Then you are the man America needs.
What do I have to do?
Congress is passing a new tax, an income tax.
Yeah.
You will be the country's first income tax collector. You will squeeze money out of people.
You mean I'll be famous?
Yes, your birthday will long be remembered in our land.
It's March 15th.
Good. In your honor, the income tax will be collected on that day.
Will my name go down in history?
Yes. What is your full name?
Philanda Blank. I was born in Annual, Texas.
Excellent. That will be America's slogan.
What?
Phil Blank, annual taxes, March 15th.
And this is how, many years ago, Philanda Blank became the first income tax collector, kiddies. And as we toil over our forms and sweat over our figures, let us give thanks, for without our taxes, this great country could not enable us to live the American way. For this, then, let us salute our Uncle Sam and Philanda Blank.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Now that spring is just a few days away, it is hard for those of this generation to believe that once when winter closed in, travel on most of our highways and byways came practically to a standstill, and that travel at night to most people was unthinkable. Today, you can get into your car and travel clear across the country in any direction without more than a second's thought to the weather, and with no worry about obtaining gasoline, motor oil, and service. For service stations, those outposts of the petroleum industry comprise a great network that serves you everywhere, in every season, day or night.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. We'll be looking for you next Wednesday. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and inviting you to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.